Real Thin Mints?
Real Thin Mints. Yeah, she made real Thin Mints.
Yeah.
I'll send it to you. All right.
All I know, all I know is that.
Mr. Mays, Ms. Nanette, Ms. Lewis, present. Mr. Murphy, present. Ms. Priestley,
Present.
Ms. Rossi-Carter,
Present.
Ms. Brown, Ms. Nanette, Ms. Michelle,
Present.
Ms. Jackson, present.
There are 6 members present. Is there any additions or corrections to, or changes or additions to the agenda?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, I see a couple items
discussion on what, please?
I didn't say on board, I said we moved the agenda. We used to have the discussion item. I'm asking to add discussion items to this agenda for board adjournment.
You're just talking about the title, or are you talking about actual specific discussion items?
I'm talking about adding the agenda item of discussion.
I see. Okay.
That way we go through the agenda, if something come up, we can bring it up before adjournment.
All right, so I'll order that without objection to add the item for discussion because it was left off the agenda. Any other? Seeing none?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr.
Yes.
Murphy.
I had a resolution that I've been working on for probably about a month and a half for $150,000 to help those families that lost their homes with those foreclosure, those 190 homes of the bundled property. And I was hoping that it was going to be ready for tonight for us to discuss it. So I'm not sure where it's at right now, but I wanted to discuss that resolution for $150,000 to help those families that this property has to be relocated.
Do you want that as a discussion item then?
Yeah.
I can order that without objection.
All right.
Okay, seeing none, no other. Go ahead and go to speaking. Members of the public that have no more than 3 minutes to address the city council on any subject, and only one speaking opportunity per speaker. Is there anyone who needs to address council?
Hello, Council. Y'all know who I am. R.L. Bishop. I'd like to wait, Madam Clerk, fix up the chambers, because this is where Flint looked when I first come up here riding my Greyhound bus, me and my mom, from Georgia. He was known as the Help. You people saw that when we called the Help. That's the way it was down in Georgia. I was going to get beat up by a white woman inside of the kitchen. My mom was studying cooking, and she saw a woman chasing me out of the house and didn't say nothing. I was 3 years old. I remember them things over there in the Sunny car when I come from the Greyhound. It was going to tear. That's 18-something, but this is 1955 when that come up here. Yeah, they was going to tear down, and then they'll end up. And I know this is the land of the promise. And I end up on St. John Street, where every one key can fit everybody's house over there on St. John Street, skeleton key. I know that in my area on St. John Street. But, and we're talking about the generation houses, and it's still like paradise to me. Up to me in the third Ward Council will be with it. He got to pick up where Mary Stanley left off at. Me and Mary Stanley was neighbors. Matter of fact, we went to the same church, to the church right down State Street. Church of God, the first church in and they try to teach us about David. Oh, holy night. That's what it was. Cold as ice. And the angels singing and this stuff is not true. We was going to be all leads to Holy Temple. You people talking about Jesus. Then went to fairy tale like we were talking about fairy tale. And that was the first school got run over by Eric, because cars all stopped assembly line because I believe an angel kicked me from getting run over when the whole beard was I got up and they come. Anyway, I'm just excited how Davina got chambers in the hollow here. I feel like I'm still on St. John Street watching the old man put coal in the basement, black as mud, put in the ice man with horses. I remember, and Richard Dix walking up, cracking Donkey's head, and coming my porch, finally, cut my finally gave me a haircut. He had a right. And then he got, and my buddy said, it sound like a shot somebody and all of them. And I love it because we had an opportunity. I feel like King David when he first come to Jerusalem. The first thing he did was the water to get the rocks out of the wells. And okay, that's fine.
All right. Hey, I was here last week. I spoke about the rental inspections, and afterwards I spoke to some of you, and we still don't have a solution to the issue at hand. Last week I spoke to another fellow landlord who is housing a Section 8 tenant. This tenant has been living in her home, and this landlord has paid the $225 inspection fee back in 2021. At the time, the city of Flint did not have a rental inspector to go inspect the premises. So they collected the city collected the $225, and the city never went and inspected the premises. Well, last week, the tenant's water gets shut off at the home, and this is a Section 8 tenant. The city went and shut off the water. The landlord went to the water department to get the water turned back on under the tenant's name. And the city said, sorry, you need a rental inspection before we can turn the water back on. The landlord said, I paid $225 back in 2021. You guys never inspected the premises. Now you have a tenant who's in the home with no water, with her children, and she doesn't have any water right now. And I want to know who is to blame for that issue happening. That tenant did nothing wrong to deserve this. And as a community, we should be coming together and asking ourselves, what do we need to do to make these rental inspections more compliant? How do we make it community driven so we drive out the slumlords, but we keep the good landlords here and we don't infringe on anyone's rights? I also want to bring attention that this rental inspection was brought upon landlords with no warning. We had no idea on how to pass it. We were given zero guidance about it. We were just told, oh, well, we just passed the state ordinance code for what the state uses. Well, okay, what does the state use for rental inspections? Well, I asked the building department. They don't follow it. They say, well, some of it is ordinance-based, some of it is rental-based. What do we use? We should be lifting this water affidavit ban on landlords until the city can come out with instructions, with a checklist to landlords. Hey, this is what the city's looking for. And the city hasn't provided a checklist for landlords. All they provided was a demand and a $475 fee for each property. The last thing I want to bring in, I now understand that the Flint Housing Commission has an exemption from getting these inspections because they house Section 8 tenants. I want to understand, why is this only allowed for the Flint Housing Commission, and why was this not expanded to the rest of the Section 8 tenants who already go an inspection? And by the way, with the 10 seconds I have left, I just let 4 tenants go on January 1st that were supposed to move in. I told them, hey, sorry, I can't move you in. I'm having problems with the city right now.
Thank you. Anyone else who'd like to speak?
My name is A.C. Dumas, and I reside in the city of Flint. And a couple of issues that's concerning to me, and I know it's concerning to the general public, and I hope it concerns the elected officials up here. First of all, Resolution 230463 is calling for a resolution resolving the appropriate city officials to renew contract of Ernest and Young LLP. Got to give me a break on that. How long has this council been asking for Ernest and Young to come before them to answer the hard questions? And now we see a resolution to renew their contract. I'm going to leave that to your own perils. You know how long you've been asking them to come. I don't think that we would be in this quagmire you allow me to use that word term, if they were here to answer the hard questions. And the hard questions need to be answered. Also, 230464 is talking about taking $40 million, Mr. Pfeiffer, and put it of opera funds, the balance of the opera funds into the general fund. So that means if you take all, remember, no roofs, no porches, no water heaters, no windows, none of that. When you move that money in there and, under the guise of lost revenue, that means houses, homes that need roofs and all those things that, I guess it's the American Rescue. And the word is rescue. The residents of the city of Flint will be left out literally in the cold. These two resolutions certainly shouldn't be passed. Now, one ward over here, up there, that you represent can brag about not having homes that need repair, not one, especially on the north side of Flint. Especially on the north side of Flint. And Ms. Machette, I know it may be easy for you to vote for this because you're not a homeowner. You lived in an apartment. I'm a homeowner for the last going on 40 years, the same home. And you all keep on putting these, I'm finished. I'll come back.
Clock start. Good evening, City Council. My name is Mr. Martin. I'm up in the first ward, Mr. Mays' ward up there. I reside in the Flint area. I just want to ask the question right quick, or rather I want to comment about the lawsuit, the $626 million, that was allotted for the Flint residents in regards to the water lawsuit. Who got some of that money? Can anybody in this room point out anybody that got any of the water lawsuit settlement money? Because I'm wondering who took that money. And by the way, the $47 million that the lawyers got, who were they? Where did they come from? Where did they go? Can anybody tell us, who they were, what they did with the money and whatever else, and how the rest of the people can get their money? And then also, real quickly, I'm going to try to condense this. I know I only got like 2 more minutes. We also got another issue coming up. It looks like it's going to be another infrastructure disaster. We got a pipe sewage line that runs somewhere from downtown to out in Beecher, and they say it's 100 years old. And the other part of it is 50 years old. So it looks like it's going to be another catastrophe coming up. And also at the end of what I'm going to say here, Flint, I remember when I was at the university back here, me and Dr. Lewis was at the Wolverine territory back there. One of the things I studied in my anthropology minor was case studies. They use the word case study. And we were studying environmental anthropology and urban anthropology. Flint, right now, has been a big case study. They defecated on us. They poisoned the water. People died. They got sick. And now somebody is behind the scenes taking the lawsuit money. We don't know who it is. I try not to get into conspiracy thinking and all of that, but I'm thinking somebody is in the conspiracy, and they officials that's got some power. I don't know who. I don't know how they're doing it or whatever, but they must be stealing the money and taking the money. And this is conspiracy because nobody in this room right now can tell me that you know somebody out of the 50,000 people that filed the lawsuit claims. Nobody in here knows anybody that's got a check or settlement money from that lawsuit. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening, City Council. Joel Arnold, I live in the 7th Ward, and I believe it's going to come up on the regular council agenda tonight. I just wanted to come to speak in favor of some of the commercial corridor zoning changes that the planning department has brought forward. I know this body's considered it at some other meetings for first readings, and I think those are changes. You know, we were up here last year noting the importance of updating the zoning code, which really brought this city, took a huge step forward, made it easier for Flint residents to invest in their own neighborhoods and in their own properties. And these changes are really a continuation of that same work, to try and see how we make it as easy as possible for people who want to come into our city, to build, to invest, to people who own their own homes or want to invest in their own neighborhoods to invest in those spaces. And the changes that the Planning Commission has considered and passed unanimously and that the Planning Department has brought forward, I think are really well considered. I know there's some time sensitivity on that change that the Planning Department has been addressing. So I just really encourage this body to pass that this evening and continue to make sure we can make Flint an attractive place for Flint residents and folks from around the world to invest and improve our community. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? Yep.
Good evening, everyone. Mary Wright, 228 West Patterson. I have a couple of things I would like to get some answers to. First of all, I'm trying to find out the monies that, from the opera funds that's supposed to help the citizens that Metro Housing and Habitat for Humanity has. I'm trying to find out when they're going to disperse that or do the repairs for the people that did qualify or did get the applications in or whatnot. And secondly, I would like to address this just to Mrs. Lewis, 2nd Ward councilperson. Mrs. Dora Mayfield is still homeless, still in the shelter. Can you handle that? Can you get her out of the shelter?
Yeah.
It's winter. She ain't handicapped, she's disabled. And her roof is leaking very, very bad. Do something for the community. Secondly, those street lights that I spoke to you about last week or week before last on Sterling Street, it ain't no lights at all. They ain't blow bulbs. It's just no lights at all on the whole block. Take care of it.
Thank you. Anyone else?
My name is Beverly Biggs Levy. I see you got all your cronies here tonight. They're going to be able to vote some shit tonight, ain't they? That's kind of weird. Everybody is here. You guys are horrible. You don't have to look at me, but you're horrible. Like I said, if they get a writing up for Quincy, I will walk it in personally myself. I'm for a petition. You're looking crazy. I want you to understand me. To recall you, I will walk it in myself. We had 10 people out on the 2nd Ward. Baby, you was sad. It's a sad situation for you. And Miss Eva Worthy showed up, because like I say, y'all ready to vote on some stuff that ain't gonna be right, and we know it ain't gonna be right. But you know what? You guys gotta live with this. You know, you can switch and twist, but I'm coming after you too, Presley. You gotta be recalled. It needs to be a better situation. And please don't give me y'all 2 minutes of fame, because I don't want it. Mashat, like he said, you don't own a house, so you don't care what goes on. All you want is how much you put in? 300 mil? 300,000? As long as you got yours, Liddell got her 50,000. Priestley got your kitchen remodeled. Y'all don't care about the citizens of Flint. Y'all don't care if we get a roof, a tire. You can give us a flat tire. You don't even want to give us that. But you the one got to lay your head down at night, did right by the citizens of Flint, knowing that you ain't did right. You don't want to get nobody hurt. I went by the street right around your corner, Louis, and it was so much trash in a yard. All you gotta do is go down Sunny Street. There's so much trash in that yard, right the next block from yours. But you doing so much. You have, what was it, 13 different things you done did? You ain't did a damn thing.
Anyone else? Seeing no, oh, sorry.
Claire McClinton. I was glad to hear that you want to do something about the bundle, but what this council need to do, who do have standing according to the attorneys, to make sure that the bid was properly done. If the city of Flint was not notified about the foreclosures, given the right of first refusal, somebody need to go to court quick, fast, in a hurry and cease and desist the sale. We need to stop that. The foreclosures is a done deal, but the sale is not. And there's something you can do. I wish my name was Ashley Capital. I wish my name was Community First. Because then you would hear what we stand. We already know, today we found out a woman who was renting is in that foreclosure bundle. She has an autistic child. Her landlord has told, not the landlord, the new, quote-unquote, new owners told her she had to be out of there by January 7th. So this is not just about helping people relocate. Some people want to stay in their home. And the other thing is, there's a person who had group homes for disabled people. Their home was in that bundle. What about them? It's something you can do, and you should do it, because you're just encouraging us to work as hard as we can and storm hell to get rid of y'all.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else?
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Taylor. I'm here to talk about what's happening at the Ethics and Review Board. There's money that the Mott Foundation is providing to that department, and it seems as though the department has been denied staff, heat, water, air conditioning, a printer, a telephone. I think the mayor doesn't want the office to be in existence, and he is using all the muscle he can to prevent that. I would like for the council to consider, I'm not sure if this is your area, some of you have served on making that office come into existence. There should be an audit of how many cases that they've actually considered, how many cases that has been stacked by all of the people that have been appointed by the mayor and the people that he cares a lot about. The office is just being stunted aggressively. The staff is being accused of things that they shouldn't be. So I think if you really wanted to do something, you could find a way to ask them, how can we help you be an ethics and review board? How can we help you be a human relations commission? How can we help? Help is missing in the city of Flint. And I think the Mott Foundation should receive a letter from the council to say you're funding the prevention of the department to function for the residents. I just want to stand here to the balance of my time. All right. I'm so frustrated. It's just wherever I go and whatever we do, you're not there to bail us out or to help us or to be there. But so many of you on this council, and I'm not talking about Mr. Mays, not talking about Mrs. Burns, I'm not talking about Ms. Winfrey Carter, I'm not talking about Mr. Pfeiffer on this situation, but the others I am saying you need to, it's snowing outside. Not one furnace, not one window, not one hot water heater. Nothing has happened for the residents. But those of you that were very clever in creating your not-for-profits are on our back. You benefited on us. You think it's your money, but it's not. There needs to be an investigation of what you are doing. The ones that I named, no. The ones I didn't name, yes.
Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, council response, council people, are going to one response, only 2 minutes. So, saying that we don't want words, we want action. Is there anyone?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I know you'll more after. I do want to say thank you to all the members out there. We have 2 minutes. I'm going to start with the Landlord Association. I've been speaking with Adam, and you and I corresponded. This is serious issues, and I've spoken with Ken about. So for the landlords out here, this issue is not going to be solved just tonight. We do have a new person over there, which is Emily Dorr. And so when you're talking about, I've spoken with Amanda of the water department, and there's some issues with inspections, inspection fees. And I'm hoping that we will have a letter out, because I have looked for the ordinance, and I just asked Amanda for the ordinance before I came in. And we need to all be on the same page. I don't want to drive out good landlords because we need housing and housing for families. No one should be without water, period. That should not be happening. It seems like they're forcing it to put it in the landlord's name. But there's a water affidavit to have in the tenants. We should not be putting that on landlords if we cannot get an inspection out in a reasonable amount of time. That is a problem. Adam, I did ask for the uniformity, what they are going by for inspections. You know, is it uniform how the inspections are going? I have not gotten that part back yet. You and I spoke last week. Ms. Claire McClinton, that $40 million bundle that they're taking from the revenue loss, I mean, that's just a great big heist as far as I'm concerned. You got 5 people on here that I'm hoping that all don't vote for. Ms. Liz Taylor, you rock. Thank you for standing in the gap, and I should have been there. I'll be there with you if you're there at Mott this week, because we have so many people who are complacent, will let them take over. They did not have heat, the ombudsman. I did check with our buildings department, she does have heat. There was a letter that was sent out to Clyde Edwards that they felt was embarrassing to Ms. Shack, the interim. We have to work together to do better.
Just a reminder to the audience members, please, and including council, please put your cell phones on silent. That is part of our council rules. Thank you very much. Anyone else?
His tower of power. It's been going on.
No, it's over here. Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, to all of the speakers who spoke, including, I think he might have been the person who said the speaker for the ward veteran. RL at the other days is coming back. Adam, Mr. Edwards is back there. Mr. Edwards, the guy we talked to last week about the inspections. I hope y'all can touch bases. He called me and said he hadn't heard from me. And I thought he said he'd be here, you here. We need to follow up on that.
That's right.
Claire McClinton, I asked legal and said it here publicly that people didn't get notice. I checked with the clerk and I've looked at state law, and it might be a problem there. Time is passing to make a check on whether that due process was proper. But you can't get folks to do certain stuff in a timely manner. Is it intentional or unintentional? I don't know. Ms. Taylor, I've been trying to fund that Ethics and Accountability Board, and I'm the person job for the last 3-4 budgets, even past summer, and they haven't delivered the money. I do believe folk in the administration hinders the operation of that board intentionally, and then appoints people on there to hinder the operation intentionally. It needs to be dealt with. We have subpoena power, we should call people up, but I've seen this group here cancel investigative hearings. Mr. Dumas will talk more about what you talked about when we get to those resolutions. And we need to fix these rules. We need to talk to y'all as y'all come. We need more than 2 minutes to address the public.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? Go ahead, Ms. Rutherford.
Thanks. First, I would like to thank all of the public speakers for coming forth with your issues, concerns, your comments, and thank all of you for being here and being engaged in the process. Ms. McClendon, thank you for coming to us. I thought you were going to speak on the extra money to go into home improvements, but you know, we have, approximately $40 million now that the mayor wants to put basically into the general fund. Revenue loss. Now, my thing is, 15 million of that money should be going to the residents. 15 million should be going to the residents, if not more, to help with home improvements. This is ridiculous. And then I asked for a referral as far as the rental inspections. I thought that should have been in my mailbox along with my other colleagues' mailbox. Clerk Donahue, can you make sure that happens, the referral to Emily? I stated that on the record last week. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
So, Madam Chair, is it possible to add a discussion item concerning the rental properties to this agenda?
Would you like to make a motion?
Well, I can make the motion. I just want to, I'll make that if you'll allow. Because I also want to do a referral. I want to know.
Mr. Pfeiffer, that might be better to go on government ops than finance.
Well, yes and
Just
no.
a suggestion.
Yeah, and I'll tie it back in when I'm making the finance. I do also want to make a referral. I want to know, Madam Clerk, if you could take note, I want to know who has exemptions from the rental inspection fees and why certain organizations have those exemptions. I also want to know if the new landlord of 190 newly acquired properties is paying those exemptions. Because not only up here is there a two-tier justice system, I think in the community and, majority of our properties in the city of Flint are rentals, and there may be a two-tier system on that as well. So I want to bring attention to that. So I'll make that motion to have a discussion item added. And almost, Mr. Murphy, if we could tie it in, do it all encompassing with those properties and the rental. If we can have a 20-minute discussion item added in the discussion item section of this agenda to discuss the potential revenue
According to council rules, we have set agenda. We already went to the part of agenda changes.
And I do agree with that. What I would suggest, Mr. Pfeiffer, is that we go ahead and include that as part of the. Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
My point of order is that we made a motion. The chair's job, regardless of what Ms. Lewis says, she asks is there a second to his motion.
Mr. Mays, point of order was made on that motion. That point of order was made on that motion, and I was in the middle of ruling on that motion before I asked for a second. So I'm going to ask Mr. Pfeiffer if it really isn't included in Mr. Murphy's What's your point, Mr. Mays?
Get into discussion on his motion. The simplest and the most democratic way to handle this is if a member makes a motion when they have the floor, asks is there a second,
Mr.
and then
Mays,
we get into discussion.
Mr. Mays, I am dealing with this. Thank you very much. Mr. Pfeiffer, I'm going to go ahead and ask for a second on that. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly seconded to add a discussion item regarding the rental inspections, a 20-minute discussion item. Item to the agenda. And it's been seconded by Ms. Burns. Okay. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair. Ms. Lewis always throwing some confusion into these meetings, in my opinion, and it wastes a lot of time. We're in a public democratic meeting, and I know when we appealed like last week, it would be 4 yes, 3 no. The public don't understand the democracy. People was asking me, why did the majority win? Ms. Lewis misinterprets this stuff repeatedly. But moving on from there, even though that discussion is relevant and germane to the motion, that's why I made a move to have discussion items. Whether he made a motion or whether he brought it up before we adjourn, these agendas in these committee meetings and in regular council meetings are always ended with a category called discussion items. This new group has gotten rid of that. They got rid of that. Whenever something comes up, like what Adam brought up with the foreclosures, with Mr. Murphy, Quincy brought up with foreclosures, what Ms. McClendon said, all of this stuff should be able to come up before we adjourn a meeting, and we should be able to make referrals, take actions, and do votes. And the way that these rules is set up now, I want the public to know that these rules changed under the Cape Fields and Herkin Roder and Liddell Lewis regime. Any council person used to could put anything on the agenda. Now they got the rules, Claire, where only the chairperson and president and mayor can put stuff on the agenda. If we're not chairing a meeting, we can't hardly get nothing on the agenda, JJ. If we want to talk about the Ethics and Accountability Board, Ms. Taylor, we got to struggle to try to get it on the agenda. Under the old council, any council member could get a subject matter printed up on the agenda. They done put this into a dictatorship. That's why I made a point about Mr. Bible making a motion in his 2 minutes of public response. Anytime a member get a floor and there's no motion on the floor, you should be able to make a motion and it should be properly seconded and debated. And I'm looking at the so-called president try to block stuff like that. This ain't a dictatorship. This ain't tyranny. It's just be a democratic process for us to try to take care of the business of the city of Flint. I'm gonna be voting yes to have this discussion item, but when you got 9 council people, Mr. Piper, and if they said something for 5 minutes, 5 times 9 is 45. You can't do this stuff in 5 or 20 minutes, dealing with millions of dollars in law. Adam, when you're dealing with law and inspections, sometimes it might take an hour. They got a clock on, folks. You go look back 5, 10 years back, council didn't have no 3-minute clock. You running a multi-million-dollar corporation. We sat as the board of directors, and you got a 3-minute clock to discuss $40 million. It's ludicrous. It's ludicrous, but you got 5 council people who want to know everything. 5 of them, and they vote in cliques. And it's like pulling hen teeth to get common sense action done. Because they don't want the other one to see them agree with some naysayers. I'm just going to be frank with you. I'm not in no tug-of-war of a popularity contest. They've been here a year or 2. I've been sitting here for 10 years. I'm popular already. I'm not in a popularity contest. I'm here to take care of business. I'm already popular. We're not cut the crap and let's get the business of the city done.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Can we get 2 rounds of 5 minutes? That's ample enough time to actually just discuss where we even get there. The last 5 minutes, not one part of that was a discussion what Mr. Pfeiffer had asked for. So we can just waste time, or we can discuss the issues.
Request for information.
What's your request?
Ms. Worthing, are you lying or are you missing the point? I said it might take more than 20 minutes, so it was one part of it that had something to do with this motion. Did you miss that?
That's improper. Go ahead, Ms. Worthing.
Well, you have your amen choir, and you just ranted about all of us, and none of it means anything. Sure, go ahead. I mean, nothing.
Members of the audience, please.
Point of order. Point of order.
What's your point?
First of all, she should not be referring to, which is very rude and disrespectful and lacks decorum, referring to the people who are here as the amen choir. That's, excuse me, I'm in a point of order. She should not be calling them the amen choir. That's inappropriate. You need to correct her on that. That's name calling. They may not all be religious. You don't know.
I will agree with that, so please refrain from calling our constituents the amen choir.
Okay. Well, facts are facts. Truth is truth.
Like you erasing facts?
What's your point?
This gentleman over here just screamed out that I was a racist.
Please, members of the audience.
To be immediately removed.
Members of the audience will be called to order. Please control yourself. This is a business meeting. Thank you very much.
I make a motion that this audience member be removed from this
There's a member on the floor to remove which audience member?
I don't know his name. The one who is behind Maze's camera.
Madam Chair.
What is your point?
It's already a motion on the floor. We didn't debate on a motion. She put a motion on top of a motion that has nothing to do with that.
We will not be discussing that motion while this motion is being discussed. That will come afterwards. But she has made a motion, and I will ask for a second. Is there support?
Support.
Point of order,
We
Madam.
will discuss this after the discussion item.
Point of order, Madam.
Yes,
Chair.
but Mr. Mayor.
That's improper. That's improper. You can't, I might want to make a motion. I'm in the middle of a point of order, Madam Chair. Can you handle her?
State the point of order and what he
Point
said.
of order.
Please conversing.
What's your point?
Madam Chair, she done came in here raising hell. She done missed the last two meetings. Now here she done come in raising hell. First of all, she lied on me and said I had nothing to say about Bibles. Now she checking the public. And now I'm on a point of order about her putting a motion on the floor.
Mr. Mays.
I'm gonna appeal your decision to take that motion when it's going on the floor, and I so do that. That's what's proper. I appeal your decision, ask for a
I
second
have
on
a
the
point of
floor.
order that supersedes what you had. I'll come back.
It ain't superseding that, now I appeal your decision. Any decision you make is subject to appeal.
Point of order.
What's your point, Mr. Murphy?
Regardless of whether you appeal, my colleague in the first ward is appealing your decision or calling a point of order, until you acknowledge him and give him the floor, he do not have the right to take over the floor, even though he called point of order information. And as a chairperson, you owe it to us to keep some order in here with all of us.
Point of order, Madam Chair. A point of order takes the floor. Mr. Murphy is wrong.
Mr. Mays, it does not.
Point of order takes the floor. It's a privilege motion.
You must be recognized in order to take the floor.
No, a point of order, you stop everything and that takes the floor. So you and him are wrong. I'm appealing your decision. Now the appeal of your decision that a point of order can't stop action, I'm appealing that. Your job now is to ask for a second to the appeal and we'll discuss
Hold
it.
on, please. Let me update all these appeals.
Get around that. Listening to you. I'm appealing your decision. Whether to take the motion or whether to ignore my point of order, I appeal.
Madam Chair, point of order. He does not have the floor.
That's correct.
I appeal your decision to ignore my point of order.
I am Mr. Mays.
Listening to Quincy, I appeal that. You say he right, I say y'all both wrong. I appeal your decision. Let's discuss it.
Please give me a second to write this down so that I have the appeals in order.
Good.
Thank you.
And then is there a second to the appeal? We'll discuss it. It's a waste of time.
Okay, so the first appeal is the decision that I took an improper motion. Is that correct, Mr.
Madam Chair, you let that get out of hand. The immediate appeal is that a point of order can't stop the action. That's what I'm appealing right now. That's vital.
Point of information cannot...
Point of order is the highest privilege motion.
Mr. Mays, I'm just trying to get this...
And I'm trying to help you, ma'am.
I appreciate that.
It was not, it was a point of
The
order.
first appeal is a point of information, which I said, right?
It's a point of order.
Thank you.
Mr. Murphy is telling you a point of order means nothing. I appeal your decision to agree with you. That's where we're at. I'm waiting for you to ask if there's a second to the appeal.
Second. Is there support for that appeal? Is there support for that appeal?
Yes, Madam Chair, I support
Thank you.
that
There's
appeal.
support on that appeal. Okay, so that would be the first point of order. There was another appeal that
Point of order, Madam Chair.
was,
Can we take them in sequence and in order? That's the immediate appeal.
you had another appeal, I believe.
Way long time ago, before you let Ms. Worthing and Mr. Murphy interrupt it. Let's deal with what you agreed with him on, that a point of order can't stop the action. That's where we're at. That's gonna be vital.
Is Miss, okay, so there's a point of order that I said that I did not give him the floor, that I had to get, that he could take the floor without my permission. Go ahead, Mr. Mays, go ahead and discuss it.
Yeah, Madam Chair, the purpose on Rule 25.1, the purpose of a point of order is to correct the breach of the rules.
What's your point?
What are we doing now? I have the floor.
We're on a point of order appeal.
Yeah, but we gotta finish up the discussion first, right?
The appeal takes precedence over that one right now.
And Madam Chair, just to make a point, why Mr. Murphy didn't say her point of order was out of order? That's part of the clique. She just stopped the action with a high privilege motion point of order. You ruled and told her where we was at. She's still over there on
Point of order.
She's a school
What's your
teacher.
point?
Can you warn Ms. Worthing, number 9, she's talking? She's taking the floor.
Point of information.
What's the point? What's your
Does
point?
Mr. Mays know that when I do a point of order, I state my point of order and reason, and then I shut up? But that doesn't apply to you.
Miss Worthing, that is an improper point of information.
Ms. Worthing should be warned by now. And once she get her second warning, she should be out of the door.
Mr. Mays?
I got the floor.
I was going to say you had the floor.
And I'm arguing my case about points of order and discrimination and different treatment, and Mr. Murphy frowning on my point of order and you agreeing with it, but you condoning hers. It just don't make no sense. And with the clock running, I wish you and her or Murphy wouldn't interrupt me, because this is common sense. But the Lord is in control, because if the Lord made her mouth say point of order and you respected it politely. Y'all need to cut the crap. A point of order is the highest privilege motion. The action stopped. Mr. Murphy been here for a year or two, but he wanna come back in here discriminating against me because y'all wanna keep y'all 5 group votes together and throw my black group out. This game is getting old, Miss Priestley. It's getting old and the whole city is watching. Ms. Worthing should be on about 2 warnings and y'all gonna be a vote short because she should be by these rules escorted out. Y'all making booze of the process and booze of this legislative body. And an elementary child can see it. Now, how you gonna rule that a point of order, the highest privilege motion, can't take the floor? It can. I call the point of order just to see if you was gonna allow a motion on top of a motion when we was already in debate on the motion. Mr. Murphy, he's not gonna order, and why don't you call him out of order? Well, Mr. Murphy is right, Mr. Mays. No, it wasn't. It's hard for you to fix your lips and tell evil Worthing and Quincy them they wrong. Fix your lips and do it. They gonna be mad at you and won't vote for you for finance chair. Y'all condoning each other's wrongdoing just to have a title or position. Y'all messing the city up. Don't be so quick to check me and let her have the food. Don't make no sense. Bible got sense. I got sense. Burns got sense. Winfrey Carter got sense. Liddell, Quincy, and Eva is causing confusion when we talk.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Worthing.
I mean, you just have have to listen to what was just said, and insults were made over and over and over again. And they're allowed. So let's talk about a difference of treatment. I've never insulted anyone. Did I call them names?
Members of the audience, please come to order.
And this is what we have to intimidate us into not doing our job. And I won't be intimidated. I'm not intimidated by them screaming at me, but they really shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah.
I would be embarrassed to scream out in a meeting like that. It's not allowed, and they should be removed as soon as they do it so that we can have order. I make a motion to adjourn finance.
There's a motion on the floor to adjourn finance. Is there support?
Support.
There's a motion on the floor to adjourn finance. Roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
No. No.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Ms. Murphy Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
The vote is 4 yes, 5 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 5 no. That is not, that motion did not pass.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead. Ms. Worthing, you made your motion, and so that ends your time. Did the, all right, so, I'm going back to. Okay, any other discussion on this appeal?
Madam Chairman, can you, I'll take my time. Can you restate what the appeal is?
Appeal is that I did not, that he is objecting that I did not give him the floor.
Order, Madam Chair.
What's your point?
My appeal is that you ruled that a point of order couldn't stop the action and take the floor. That's what I appealed. Mr. Murphy told you it couldn't. You agreed, and I appeal your decision that it can. It's the highest privilege motion.
Point of order.
What's your point?
That was not the initial point.
Point of order, Madam Chair. When I do a point of order, you got to rule on it before you entertain hers.
Mr. Mays, your order was that I did not give you the floor and you objected and you said that you could have the floor without my giving it to you because you said point of order. And I ruled against that. That is what you are appealing. Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
I'm so confused on where we're at right now. So, a privileged motion. Point of order to not be ignored. All debates just talking, so the presiding officer can rule. Madam Chair, through you or to you, where does it say, or where does it say that the chair, that you have to be recognized before you start stating your point of order?
28.3.
28.3?
Yes, sir.
Because it doesn't. No, because I don't think that's applicable, because that's to speak during debate. An incidental point of order doesn't state anywhere in these rules that it says it can interrupt the speaker. It doesn't say that you have to be recognized for it. Madam Chair, I'm reading words. A point of order is not.
Request for information.
What's your request?
Through you to Mr. Pfeiffer, can I turn your attention to 225.3, and could you read that verbatim?
It says a point of order does not mean second, can interrupt a speaker, is not debatable, and is decided by the chair, but it doesn't anywhere say that have to be recognized by the chair before you state your point of order. Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Kim. I'm aware that 28.3 during the right to speak to debate, you have to do it, but you don't ask for permission before you say point of order, and it doesn't have a continuation on the rules anywhere where it states that after you state the point of order, you have to wait to be, recognized. Is there a Robert's rule that we would go back to? Because our rules do not state that point of order, you have to be recognized after you state point of order.
Go ahead, Mr. Kim.
I'm just reading rules 25.1 through 25.5 that discuss the point of order. It doesn't say you have to be recognized.
Mr. Viper, your time is up, sir.
I'm afraid I'm not exactly certain what the question is here. The question is
The time's up right now. Any other discussion? And
Yes.
go ahead, Mr.
Thank you so very much, and thank my colleague in the first ward for bringing this up, because what Councilman Murphy did in Rule 25.4 is a point of order cannot be ignored by the presiding officer. So Councilman Murphy called a point of order. Once I called a point of order, Councilwoman Judy Priestley recognized me, correct? So we followed the rule correctly. After I called and said my point of order was Councilwoman Worthing had the floor. When she had the floor and was speaking, Councilman Mays in the first ward got to calling out rules, point of information, and before she can even recognize him, in rule number 28.3, a council member who desires to speak on any matter before the city council must obtain the floor by being recognized. That's all I was saying. I'm not saying that he ain't wrong for wanting to be recognized or whatever, but you cannot just call a rule and then grab the floor and then get to running off and then you ain't even recognized by the chairperson, but it's okay for us to allow him to be able to speak without even being recognized. And that's what I call the point of order for. And here we go already. That's what I'm reading. I can read just like y'all read. But what happens is we sometimes read things and we interpret them how we want to interpret them so it can make it fit what we think we wanted to say. I'm done.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
That rule, as Councilman Pfeiffer stated, as our attorney is sitting here saying now, it is not written. So they be making the rules as they go. Just as they go. Don't follow them, don't know them. Their comprehension of, their interpretation of them is just crazy. Right. You know, basic things, just, you have the landlords here, let them talk.
What's your point?
Our interpretation is crazy. I'd like to return the favor to Ms. Burns. It's insulting. And 11 o'clock.
Can you warn her, please? She's illegally taking the floor. That would be her third time she should be warned.
Ms. Worthing then is
That's improper.
proper.
So,
I put her in jail.
I'm sorry, Ms. Worthing, you, what?
I appeal your ruling that my point of order was improper.
Chair.
Just a second, Mr. Mays, I'll get with you just a second. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Mays, what is your point?
Yeah, Madam Chair. Ms. Worthing wasn't here last week. I disagreed with your city attorney, you and everybody else, but y'all ruled you couldn't do an appeal in the middle of an appeal. Now, I believe you can't, any decision of the chair is subject to appeal. Now, Ms. Worthing want to appeal in the middle of an appeal, the same thing I'm appealing, that her point of order was proper. So however you do it, I anxiously wait to see.
That's improper, thank you. Is there support on the appeal, on Ms. Worthing's appeal that it was improper calling, saying that Ms. Burns said that it was crazy discussion? Go ahead. What's your point?
We're gonna use this rule, we're gonna use this rule.
Yeah.
You cannot appeal in the middle of an appeal. Now, once this appeal is settled, she can come back with her appeal, but you cannot appeal in the middle of an appeal.
Thank you, point well taken. I will not ask for a second on that.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
Why did I just say that and you said it was improper, and when Candace Mashat said you agree? Why is that? Is it the deepness of my voice?
Ms. Burns, you have the floor.
Is it that I'm a black male?
Ms. Burns, excuse me, you have the floor.
Thank you. And here we go into, it was a simple thing. Let's have it, this all came from a discussion at the end to hear about the landlords, having the fees, and they're here. They're here. All of this rolled from this, which is ridiculous. It's ridiculous, but people need to pay attention. If you're out there and you're a landlord, they need to be paying attention. Who's voting against you? Pay attention. Who's seconding these motions against you? Because there's somebody in here, I believe, they got 3,000 properties that's here. Another one got 1,500. So these are people who are paying fees to the city, and we're trying to get clarity, because we do have a new person over that department, Emily Dorr, who's got to get her footing. It was Suzanne before. Suzanne was here for years. And so we're trying to get clarity. If we had a person who was there for years, at least 2 decades, we have a person that's been here maybe 4 months, 5 months, it's gonna take some time. So we're not supposed to meet off, we don't call up everybody. Some of us don't. It's supposed to be done in an open forum. And if we have some of these people who are landlords, if you out there and you're a landlord, raise your hand, you don't have to comment. I just wanna know. So we're here for y'all. And if you have questions, if you got tenants that you're trying to lease and you cannot get in, if the water can't be turned on because of that affidavit, because of the inspection fees, I'm getting into, this is what it started from, the appeal. So I'm tying it all together, because I know they over there waiting anxiously and people just probably biting at the bits. And so this is where this derived from. So if they are here, we need to be listening to them. Amen. They also have an opinion. And so we get into all these old crazy appeals, and the simple question was, we want to solve and hear the issue. What ordinance is it? Because Adam hasn't gotten it yet. I haven't gotten it. And landlords do not want to keep the water in their names when they have capable tenants who can put it in their names, and inspections are 4, 5, 6 weeks out.
Yeah.
So we shouldn't be into all this that we don't like each other. Look, some of us don't like each other. That's apparent, but let's do the business. Let's do the business. That's all I care about.
Ms. Mashat? I thought you desired the floor. Okay, this is the appeal that I did not give the floor to Mr. Mays.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Did you want the floor, Dr. Lewis? Okay, go ahead.
As previously stated, Rule 28.3 succinctly states that a council member who desires to speak on any matter before City Council If you desire to open your mouth and speak on any matter before this city council, you must obtain the floor by being recognized by the presiding chair. So yes, you can call a point of order at any time. After he called a point of order, whoever called a point of order, all talking must cease. And when all talking ceases, that's when the chair recognizes the individual that called the point of order. The individual states the point of order. After the individual states the rule that has been broken, then the chair rules on that. Those are the council rules. It will be pure chaos if the person who's calling the point of order is allowed to just take the floor and begin to speak. Those go against the council rules. So with that being said, I'm supporting the chair according to our council rule, which can be found online or a copy can be given by Ms. Clerk Donahue, so you can read for yourself. Rule 28.3 states that any council member who desires to speak on any matter, including an appeal, because that falls under any matter, you must be recognized by the chair before you proceed to speak and continue with your point of order.
Thank you. Any other? Any other? Seeing none, I will give my, Dr. Lewis stated it quite clearly. You must receive the floor in order to speak. Recognizing points of orders is required. However, you must be recognized in order to obtain the floor. Otherwise, chaos would ensue. What's your request?
Madam Chair, you say point of order and all talking don't cease. Somebody's out of order, right?
Sometimes it takes a minute
If
to
you
get
say
yourself
point of
together.
order and all talking don't cease, and the chair don't say, what's your point of order? The chair and those people speaking are out of order, correct?
Correct.
I know.
That is correct. You must recognize the point of order, and but sometimes it takes a minute for the chair to get to the point where they can recognize that, and so you must wait to be recognized in order to get the floor. And it doesn't matter what the discussion is on. You must be recognized first. If you want to call somebody up, you call them up and you ask, and the chair recognizes that. Doesn't matter. So, if you would like to support the decision of the chair, please vote no. If you would like to overturn the decision of the chair, you may vote yes. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
No.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Bracelet?
No.
Ms. Murphy Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
No.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
The vote is 4 yes, 5 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 5 no. The decision stands. Let me get back. Okay, the next motion, the next appeal was to appeal the decision that I took an improper motion, and that was, the motion was made by Mr. Mays. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Mr. Mays, go ahead. You good to go first.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
This council is inconsistent. Last week, for those of us who followed council, you know, it was the city attorney's opinion. I disagreed with him and y'all. I'm gonna say y'all, that you couldn't appeal while an appeal is pending. But the rules that y'all so like to read says any decision of the chair is subject to appeal. It say all decisions. All mean all. This stuff is wrote where an elementary school person can understand it. And watch, public, from this point on. When somebody say point of order, let's see if all talking cease. And then let's see how long it takes the chair to say, what's your point of order? You shouldn't have to say it 2-3 times. Point of order. They say, point of order. The chair ain't says stopped talking yet, ain't warned nobody, and they ain't said, what's your point of order? The people talking still is out of order, and the chair, but not stopping them to talk, from talking, and not saying, what's your point of order, is out of order. Now, they can say it takes a minute to get stuff in order, but that's the point. For that minute, you're out of order. And the problem is the discrimination. They'll rule me out of order and throw my black butt out. But women and white folks just get away with it. And then Mr. Murphy's been missing in action, comes back, he's out of order. Because they got a click. They got a click. So now Ms. Worthy, who's been here longer than Priestley, Candace Machad, Liddell, Lewis, and Murphy, she should know better. You got a motion on the floor for one subject matter. She wants to put another motion on top of that motion that has nothing to do with it. You can amend the motion on a subject matter, Mr. Beckman. If the subject matter is to spend 20 million and you want to amend that motion to 15 or lower it to 12, that's a relevant amendment. But if you got a motion on the floor and you're in debate and you want to put a motion on the floor to do something else, it's improper. And that's exactly what she did in this case. And Ms. Priestley entertained it wrongfully. I appeal that decision.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
I'll be voting against the chair because I think we all know, we've been here long enough that the amended motion or another motion has to be germane to the main motion. Now, there may be debate whether or not you should have said aye. There should have been, if there's a question about whether or not you should have accepted my motion, but it was accepted, and that was the main motion, and throwing a gentleman out in the audience is not germane to the main motion. So if she wants to make that motion after the fact, then so be it, but that's not germane to the main motion. And you can see the utter chaos that the councilwoman in the 9th Ward is already starting. It was pleasant for a couple of weeks.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Worthy.
It was pleasant when you were in.
Anyone else? Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Dr. Lewis. Please maintain order. Thank you.
All right, so according to council rules, it states that the chair, as well as council leadership, is responsible for maintaining order within the chambers. So that motion was put on the floor to maintain order. Councilwoman Worthy, she is the chair of government operations, so therefore she's council leadership. So she didn't put the motion on the floor recklessly or haphazardly. She put the motion on the floor to maintain order. And so according to our rules, this is what we all must do. Everyone that is in leadership must maintain order within these chambers. So when the chair does not do that, it is within our council rules for the leadership to do just that. Last week, we were told by Councilman Mays that he doesn't snitch. Well, according to leadership, in order to maintain order in these chambers, the leadership must call those that are out of order into order. And if individuals do not want to be brought to order, they are encouraged to act according to the rules. And according to the rules again, it states that you are not to yell out or speak unless you have the lectern, and you are utilizing your 3 minutes to speak. So with that being said, audience members are not to be unruly and disorderly. It violates the disorderly person subsection as well as the council rules. Furthermore, all council leadership, that refers to me, yourself, Councilman Murphy, Councilwoman Machette, as well as
Madam Chair.
What's your point, Mr. Mays?
In fact, the council rules say any member can call a member of the audience in the order. It don't say council leadership, and in fact, it doesn't say you do that by motion. And so, if she being germane to the argument.
Go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
So I appreciate that even more, being that Mr. Mays sits on this end and he can hear the disorderliness coming from this way. However, the council member stated that he's not going to quote unquote snitch. So therefore, we can't rely on Mr. Mays to help this body bring the members to order.
Request for information.
What's your request?
It's through you to Ms. Lewis. You haven't heard me say snitch today. And why are you bringing that into this conversation?
Mr. Mays, that is an improper.
No, it's a request for information
It's an
to the
improper
speaker.
request. Thank you. Go
I
ahead,
disagree,
Dr.
but I ain't gonna
That's
appeal.
information.
What's your request?
Where does it say that leadership brings?
You don't. She making it up.
Go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. So in any event, leadership or every single one of us, it is up to us to bring order so we can handle the city's business. When we allow the audience to be loud so we can't get business done, business is hindered. So thank you for bringing that up. So now that you all know that you all are charged to maintain order. So when you hear people yelling out, it is on every single one of us, going from wards 1 to 9 to bring order. So I'm not going to demonize the councilwoman in the 9th ward for putting a motion on the floor to bring order, because this is what we're here to be, orderly. And those that are not orderly, according to the disorderly person subsection, it says that if you persist to be disorderly, you shall be removed. So hopefully we can enforce that rule tonight so we can get out of here in a timely fashion.
Request for information.
What's your request, Mr.
Did
Mays?
we enforce it against y'all too?
Mr. Mays, that is improper. Go ahead, Dr. Ms. Burns. Ms. Burns, excuse me.
Thank you. Those two will be the last person to tell somebody how they should chair a meeting or maintain conduct. I mean, give me a break, because y'all have allowed people, the person in the 9th ward has hit someone, and she here in the audience tonight, and I hope she speaks on it. And she is here. She committed assault battery.
Ms.
Falls untrue.
What's your
No,
point?
she's here. No, she's here. Good line.
Ms. Worthing, you must wait for me to recognize you. All right, so go ahead.
This has nothing to do with the matter at hand, and it's only to cause chaos. Can we please rule?
That is an improper point of order. Give her a warning.
That was a proper point of order.
No, it's not, because I'm tying it in. You keep taking it off. It's improper. She spoke to the Amen choir. I'm talking about the Amen choir.
Ms. Burns, your discussion was improper because we are talking about this appeal. Please stay germane to the appeal.
Judy, I'm not going to go here with you with that, because you know what you're doing, what you have to do. But this person is here, who's in this Amen choir. And when they speak to snitching, you didn't stop Liddell Lewis. That was last week when she mentioned snitching. You allow whatever you want to, but I'm going to say this, because the rules don't apply. We got 5 people here who rubber stamp anything. We got $400 million that's going someplace where it should not be going.
According to Robert's rules, our councilwoman in the 6th ward can't speak to motives and...
Well, you did, so warn her. She spoke to Mr. Mays snitching, and he was going to snitch. So remember what you said, and then what we should be charged with to keep order. You can't even tell me about what when you run dumpster fire meetings.
What's your point?
She did not cease talking
That's right.
after I made my point of order.
That's right,
and I
you
was
did not
trying to-
obtain the floor, Ms. Burns, after I give
I had the floor. She paused.
Go
I
ahead,
had-
go ahead, Ms. Burns.
So when we talk about this, you didn't check her for snitching. And she wanted to tell us, she wanted to charge and tell us what we should do, speaking to how we should be in council. She can't tell me how to be in council. You know why? Because she got over 1,000 people that signed signatures for her. And she still got to come here and talk crazy stuff. Talk crazy. We had 2 people on here who got recalled and they want to come here and be disruptive to everyone else. This stuff has got to stop. It's got to stop. And she talks in a low voice as if it's real. Just making up rules that don't even exist. Don't even exist. And according to the council rules, you have to. They don't even exist. They're not even in the book. Not even in the book. And according to her, the people who can only call people to order are those who are in leadership, which should be herself, Councilwoman Judy Priestley, Councilman Murphy, and the council person in the 9th ward.
What's your request?
Did you know that I did not say that we're the only ones that
Yeah,
all people to order? I said it is the responsibility.
Okay, well that's improper. Can you warn her, please?
That
Because
was improper, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
so when we talk, see, the different treatment, and I'm gonna talk about it because she's wrong. And I look at when she speaks to character. She's the same one who didn't support. Yes, that person is here, and it burns me that when she sits up and tells this other person who is sitting here that it's a lie when she's here, she should have been arrested for disorderly conduct and also assault and battery. She gonna run up on the wrong person. Y'all keep letting this happen. Talk is the amen choir. I want him thrown out. This mess is ridiculous. These landlords want to talk about getting into their property. They want to have every property that they have. They paying the fees. They want to make sure they get the tenants in it. And y'all talking about stuff that don't even matter. I'm tired. She ain't been here. When she wasn't here, it was somewhat better. Somewhat. I wish she wasn't here today. And hopefully she got to leave and go. She's going to quit lying on me and the residents. I'm going to defend the residents until every last breath I've got. She's wrong. See, look here, I want him thrown out. You know, the amen. She does too much. Y'all let her get away and it escalates to the point to where she's unstoppable, parking people parking spots, threatening them. No, she just, Judy, you chair your meeting. Don't let the good doctor tell you how to chair your meeting.
I'm sorry, I got a point of order. Was that Dr. Was that
Ms. Burns?
No.
I was the one threatened with 4 flat tires.
Perfect victim. Perfect victim. That's it. Can you warn her, please? Now that was
Ms. Burns, thank you. That is not, you do not have the point of order.
Point of order.
Mr. Pfeiffer had a point of order before you. Yep. Mr. Pfeiffer, your point of order? Oh, okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
You know, this is going to be a long night, a very long night. And we have a very long agenda that we need to get through. So, y'all gotta stop with all this pettiness. It's petty. Let the audience, let the residents be. They are engaged in the process. So what? An audience member says something. So what if he said loud enough that you can hear it? Because you all should be trying to figure out what's going on up here. You shouldn't even be involved in the conversations in the audience. And it's true, Worthing, you come here every week when you're here. I can't even say every week, but when you're here, you cause all kind of confusion, chaos, just commotion, everything.
attention.
You come here weaponizing your white privilege, and I'm tired of it. The last couple of meetings without you, well, of course, Councilwoman Lewis chaired the meetings. It was a dumpster fire, but we didn't have the confusion from board down. Stay home. Because that's all you do. The residents are why you're sitting here. And the residents, the same residents that you're going against, are the residents that's going to get you out of here. So I would be careful, very careful. I'll be voting against the chair. This is ridiculous. I'm done.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr.
Thank
Murphy.
you. Here we are already. And based on the rules, and I embrace democracy and the audience being able to get to speak. And I know before they didn't used to get to speak before committee meetings. Now they have the opportunity to speak before the committee meetings. So they have, 3 minutes at the beginning of each meeting. Government ops, legislative, finance, special affairs, city council. They have 5 opportunities to speak. So therefore, we get to sit here and listen. They just spoke. 5 or 6 of you guys spoke, responded to them. By the time it got to me to speak, it was a motion getting put on the floor, so I didn't even get to respond to the audience. So I embrace the audience because that's what democracy looked like, to be able to speak when they hit the podium. Then when they get ready, when they finish speaking and we get to respond to us, it's our job and responsibility to get down to business. So that does not look like just allowing the audience to speak out even when they ain't even at the podium. So what some of us seems like I'm hearing, that it's okay for y'all to speak out when y'all disagree with some dialogue or debate that we having up here, because y'all ain't speaking at the podium. So if y'all speaking in the audience and y'all speaking and we can hear y'all, it's okay, because they voted for us to be here, and this is what democracy, this is their place, this is their council chamber. So because it's their council chamber, if we trying to take care of business, it's okay for them to speak out when they want to from their seat, even though they spoke at the podium, and we're supposed to sit here and don't say nothing because it's their building. I disagree with that. I think it's a time and place for everything. So when it's time for them to speak, they should be able to speak at the podium. I have no problem with that. But if we sitting up here taking care of business and they blurting out, it's up to us to keep some order in here. What is we doing?
What's your request?
Mr. Murphy, even when they're antagonized and called the Amen Choir?
Have you heard somebody saying, let's deal with the monkey in the room?
What's your point, Mr. Mays?
Now you get way off topic because you didn't call him for not being germane. This has to do with whether or not a motion made was proper or conflict. He ain't spoke on the motion yet. He talking about 5 minutes to speak and monkey in the room, and he ain't spoke on whether you can put a motion on top of a motion yet. And y'all normally, man, you're not germane. Rule on whether he's been germane. Mr. Miller up there, he's been germane.
Go ahead, Ms.
He ain't spoke on it yet.
All right, that's everyone everyone except for myself, and a motion is in order. Whether we deal with it during a current motion or not is a different time. So that is my ruling, and you can vote yes to support, excuse me, shall the ruling of the chair stand? If you agree, excuse me, shall the ruling of the chair be overturned? A yes vote overturns the chair, a no vote sustains the ruling of the chair.
Point of order.
Go ahead.
And the chair is saying a motion is always in order. That's what we
Go ahead, roll call, please.
Yeah, that ain't true.
Mr. Murphy.
No.
Ms. Priestley? No. Mr. Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mr. Shad?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. President, Ms. Nadia? Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nadia? The vote is 4 yes, 3 no. The vote is 4 yes, 3 no. The ruling stands.
The noes win, correct?
No, sir.
Ain't you ever seen that before? Oh, yes. Point of order.
What's your point?
4 yes, 3 no. The noes win because they got the rules read backwards. And that's correct, right? You needed 5, right, Ms. Priestley?
You need 5 to overturn the ruling of the chair. So, going on.
What a democracy.
Okay, we have an appeal regarding that my ruling was improper, regarding Ms. Burns saying that it was crazy. That motion was made by Councilwoman in the 9th Ward. Is there support? Hearing no support, that appeal dies for a lack of second. Okay, now we're going back to the main motion. And that is to add a 20-minute discussion item to the agenda. The people who have spoken are Mr. Mays and Ms. Mashat. Is there any other discussion? Oh, excuse me. Mr. Pfeiffer and Ms. Burns have also spoken. Is there any other discussion? No, I'm sorry. All right, the motion was made by Mr. Pfeiffer, supported by Ms. Burns. People who have spoken in the first round is Mr. Mays and Ms. Mashat. Is there any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms.
Can you
Burns.
repeat that one more time?
I had to look at my notes 3 times. I usually have, because I was trying to type it in.
I saw
What's your point?
I don't believe Ms. Machado spoke, and I believe Ms. Worthing used her time to make the motion that was not in order. So I think that she allocated her time as well.
I don't remember. Madam Clerk, do you know if she spoke? I don't have a note that she did. I thought she called a point of order.
I'm not keeping track of the speakers.
Okay, well, she's not in her seat right now anyway, so go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Point of order.
Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
And if y'all voted that her motion was proper, we wouldn't even be back to the main motion yet. We'd be voting on her motion. How do you take care of that?
We're taking care of her motion first, and then we'll do the other motion. That's the way I said I would do it when the motion was made. Go ahead. So we've had discussion by council people in the 1st and 7th Ward. Is there any other discussion on adding a 20-minute discussion to the agenda?
Madam Chair, I know, point of order.
Yes.
I know that she's not in her chair, but she spoke, and that's how she made the motion.
Okay. All right, I will go ahead and write that down. I'll concede that. Go ahead. Any 1st, 7th, and 9th wards have spoken on this motion. What is your point?
What is this motion? You're saying
To add a discussion, a 20-minute discussion item to the agenda.
I didn't speak on
I
that.
probably typed 9 instead of 7.
Yeah, I didn't speak on that.
Okay. Thank you you for helping me clarify my notes. Okay, so the first and the ninth word is spoken. Sorry, Mr. Pfeiffer, you were correct because I did type 7 instead of 9. I hate this keyboard. Okay.
I'll take the floor, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer. I typed 8. I need my number key.
Madam Chair, through you, can I request, I don't know if this would be Mr. Edwards or Ms. Amanda Trujillo, just to answer a question about the building inspection fund?
That would be either Miss Amanda or it would be Mr. Moore. Could whoever can to discuss that, what's in the building inspection fees, come forward, either Amanda or Phil? I guess that's Amanda.
Hi, Amanda, do you, and I think that Emily would know the answer, but she doesn't attend the meetings. Do you know how much money or how many rental fees we collect? Do you know, do the fees fund a position?
That's not my department, I do not know that, that's true.
Yeah, wrong one. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I heard it. Mr. Moore?
Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore?
Mr. Moore, because I don't have faith that we're going to be able to vote for discussion, so I have to ask my questions now. Do you know how many dollars are coming in via rental inspections into the city of Flint?
I do not, but
The other microphone, sir.
The other one. Use the other microphone. There.
Madam Clerk, can we have that other microphone removed or relocated, something?
Yes.
I'm sorry, you said you have no idea?
I don't know, but I'm sure I can find the answer.
Can you find out, and also find out if indirectly or directly, how many positions those fees? And then also, this may be through you or through the attorney, about which groups have immunity or are not, those fees aren't enforced on? Is that a you question? I'd like to know if the housing authority, if the land bank, who has rental properties, if, maybe Communities First, any of the local nonprofits, what gives them the exempt status where they don't have to pay in? Do you know?
I have absolutely no idea for that, but I'm sure that we can find the answer to that.
You said you would find the answer to that?
I'm sure we can find the answer to that, yes.
And then I would also like to know if the new property owner of the latest auction of the 190 Flint properties, if we have received any dollars for their rental inspections.
Let me get this all down in a second.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Let me run off now to make sure I get everything to look for.
I'd like to know if the owner of those 190 properties in the latest auction have paid their rental inspection fees, or if somehow they are exempt now.
They would not be exempt, but I don't know if they've asked for an inspection.
So you know that they're not exempt, so what, do you know what makes, or what gives other people exemption status?
They are private property owners. There may be, the housing commission Potentially could be exempt, but I don't know if they are.
Okay. If you could find out those answers for me, that's all the questions I had in the first round, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Councilmember, in terms of the Flint Housing Commission, they are a body of the city of Flint.
So are they the only exempt that we know of?
I don't know if they're the only one exempt, but that's the only, that they are exempt to the extent that they're exempt because they are a body of the city of Flint, and essentially they are us. You will appoint this council, well, the entire board is appointed by the mayor and confirmed by this council.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the first round?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. I would support this motion to discuss this at a later time, but I thought this motion was just a motion to add it on to a discussion item. So if we're bringing people up, and I don't have a problem with that though, but if we're bringing people up now to discuss it now, and then we go vote on discussing it later, is we doing both, discussing it now and later, or are we voting and then we're gonna do 2 rounds of discussing, rather we want to discuss this later? Why we just can't vote it up and vote it down? I support discussing it, but if we go discuss it now and vote no to discuss it later, because I'm not going to discuss it twice. We got too much other stuff to do.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. I see this is a way that we use to get around the rules. We can talk about it, but according to our council rules, Rule 6.8A, it is the order of our schedule. And our schedule says in the Finance Committee agenda, which is where we are, it states that first we have roll call, requests for changes and additions to the agenda. We go to closed executive session if need be. We pass the consent agenda, presentation of financial reports, resolutions, and then discussion items. Mr. Mays requested that his discussion item be at the end. It was in order. It was in line with the part of the meeting when we are requesting for change in addition to the Finance Committee. All this is according to Rule 6.8A. This is council rules. Now, talking about landlords and things like that, that is a part of government operations. So I don't have a problem discussing that in government operations. That's the next meeting right after this meeting. But being that we are charged to do all committees, including special affairs and council tonight, we should stick with the council rule, which states that we open requests for changes in addition to the agenda, then we close it. Then we can move on to discussing this during discussion during our government operations meeting. Not saying that we don't care about it, because it's very important, but we want to make sure things are orderly, because again, I don't want to be here at 3 a.m. if I don't have to be. So, according to Rule 6.8, this motion was out of order and it was improper, should not have been, it should not have been supported by the chair. However, we are here and they're utilizing this time to discuss. They have 2 rounds of 5 minutes. So Mr. Pfeiffer, he will have his 10 minutes to discuss this. I will not be voting for this going forward because we have our conversation. We have this discussion going on right now. I understand that we want to get things, that we want to talk about some things, but again, it's all about order. We got to make sure that we maintain order. And the order is, according to Rule 6.8A, that the part for requests for changes or in addition to the agenda, it is closed. However, it is wide open under the appropriate meeting, which is called government operations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
I absolutely disagree with Councilwoman Liddell Lewis. This has to be government operations. This is finances. These are people are paying fees. That's money. Finance. Ain't that hard to figure out? You know, so she quit trying to find a way to not deal with it. And when we talk about finding a way, it's not getting around. You shouldn't have to try to figure out a way to get around. You should be able to talk about it. She's the president of Flint City Council, and she's making up rules. You know, this should be in finance. It's money. It's money. And if people wonder, she find a way because she can't stand Councilman Mays. This needs to stop. These landlords are here. We need to figure it out. It is a lot, Mr. Pfeiffer, to your questions, because I want to have transparency. The company that purchased the homes, they have not paid the fees because they said they do not have landlord-tenant agreements. And though the people are still occupying in those homes, that they have asked them to leave the homes, and a lot of people are in the homes when they were transferred from the county. So they don't have tenant agreements. If they have a tenant agreement, then they're assessing and going through all the properties, then they will do so accordingly. So a lot of this, we're talking and figuring this out and have been since this happened. And I believe I don't know if Attorney Kim is now at the back, as he was stating about the Flint Housing Commission, that is basically us charging ourselves money, just like those 18 properties that we own and haven't done anything with. So basically we like charging, double dipping. But we're gonna be here a little minute tonight, and we should not have to, I think every council person should be supporting this, because there are rental homes in every single ward. And it shouldn't have to be a time limit, because the clock ran out when the attorney was being asked an important question, and the clock ran out. This time thing that everybody, I got someplace to go, I got something to do. I'm not gonna be doing this all night. You shouldn't have ran for office. That's right. That's right. This is the last meeting of the year, and everybody up here knows it is a committee meeting, a special affairs meeting, and it is a council meeting. So you should come prepared to be here to do the work. And if these landlords are here and we're going into the holidays, some of them have contracts that they can't get people in. So much that they paid their fees to $475, and they can't get the water turned on. And so they're comparing us with other cities and municipalities and how they do it. Now, it would be great if we had Emily Dorr here, but I know with her contract, I don't think she works. She does 7 to 3, and she doesn't do council meetings, or very rare. So we need to have her here. This is very pivotal. So we're working around not having that department head here that needs to be here. So if it takes time, we're here to do the work. That's right. We're here to do the work. Everything got to be on a time limit. This is ridiculous. I agree with Councilman Mays. You here to do the work. It's goofy. Goofy rules is his thing. They want to misstate the rules, quote them wrongly, interpret them as they see them. Just wrong. I want to have this conversation because we are comparing a lot of different things. And I know Adam is still back there because, Adam, you had stated to me, and I know you can't respond because you might be breaking another rule. So when we talk about what are your Section 8, your HUD inspections, and the city inspections, and what is the standard code or ordinance that we're using, it does need to be discussed. I'm also hearing that landlords are having a difficult time getting back the checklist, that it isn't given back to them in a timely way so they can repair the properties or what they failed on. That is extremely hard to get, or if they get it at all. But we don't have the department head here. She's not here, and there's no one really here, so we're working around everything. So they should be open to this. This stuff is important. It's important. And I'm getting tired of coming up here, oh, well, this is the problem, and Mr. May, stop all that. You know, let's figure out these fees, the inspection time. Is it taking 4 to 6 weeks? If it's taking 7 days, what is a reasonable time once you pay?
Anyone else? Seeing dealt with it on the legislative side. What is our problem? We had the weekend. But I want these people in their homes. I have been a Section 8 landlord, as I explained to Adam earlier on one of our conversations. And I know what was passed and what I had to do for that. And I would think that that would be one of the most stringent inspections that you can have. So I do want to deal with it legislatively. I want it fixed. I just don't know what, we are not ready as of today to do that. I do think that this belongs in government ops and not in finance, regardless of the amount, the fact that money is paid, because it is how the government operates. So going on to the second round. Any discussion in the second round? Seeing none, roll call.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Mays.
is this the second round?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me do it like this. Madam Chair, when we in a committee meeting, we could have saved a lot of time. When Mr. Spiker wanted to discuss this, you could have did it just like you did Quincy's. I'll order that without objection. We'd have been gone. Now I'm hearing folks blackmailing folks, so to speak. Mr. Murphy, for example. If you talk to somebody, ask questions now, I'm not gonna vote for it. In other words, he wanna blackmail folks not to ask a question. That don't make sense.
What's your point, Mr. Murphy?
My colleague in the first ward is making assumptions using the terminology blackmail that has nothing to do with my reasoning and is not germane to this subject.
Point well taken. Go ahead, Mr.
His
Davis.
point can be well taken, but I'm coming, walking back in, and I heard him say, if we gonna call people up and discuss it, that would be discussing it now, and I'm not gonna vote for it in the discussion item. That's blackmail to me. Ain't no way around it, because I'm gonna call somebody up.
What's your point?
Through you to the chair. My colleague is in the first ward is making accusations of blackmailing and making my interpretation of my reasoning to be considered as blackmailing, and he's out of order.
Point of order approved, accepted. Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
I don't think I'm out of order. I think people can manipulate, blackmail, say certain stuff, and that's what you want to do with your vote, you got that right. But you're not going to blackmail me. Through you, Madam Clerk, to Clyde Edwards. I'm going to call him up. I don't care whether you vote for it or not. You're not going to blackmail me.
Through me? Through the
Yeah,
chair?
through
Thank
you, Madam Chair, to Ms. Edwards. I'm calling him up. And then while he coming up through you, Madam Chair, to Attorney Kim. Attorney Kim, have y'all acted on my request to check out this due process of the clerk getting notice?
Mr. Kim?
Wow!
You may answer.
I haven't received any written request on that.
Okay, well, we gonna give you a written request tonight. Miss Madam Clerk, while we sitting here, can you request that he check to see if the county sent you notice before they did the auction and sale? Mr. Edwards, have you ever heard of that? That they were supposed to give notice to the city before they conducted an auction and a sale?
No, Mr. Mays, I've not.
Okay, through you to Madam Chair, to Amanda. Amanda, can you come back up?
Amanda?
Because Mr. Piper, I don't believe when I hear these type of blackmail things, it might make it and it might not. And I ain't buying into it. If you call somebody up, I won't vote for it. Well, then don't. They're gonna blackmail me on who I talk to. Madam Chair, through you to Amanda. Amanda, did you get notice on that list of foreclosed properties from the county before they sold it in auction?
We get the notice.
Beg your pardon?
When they, are you talking about last year's?
No, I'm talking about this year, the ones that got
The ones
sold.
that got, yes.
But the clerk didn't get notice.
We received ours, are you talking about the one that noticed in December or November? That's what we got.
Yeah.
November, yes.
No, and why the clerk didn't get it? Last year, didn't you or somebody send a letter and reject property?
Yes.
Why did y'all do that without talking to the council? Cause somebody told y'all could.
I don't remember all the details, but it was, we were right at the last minute, so it was, we had to do
See,
that this year.
I just called you up because he wanted to blackmail us to vote yes or no, but not calling you up. It'll be a time where we'll talk longer than this. We'll talk longer than this. If they don't vote to allow this discussion item, we'll figure out a way to talk longer, Mr. Pryor. I'm not buying into it. And Ms. Liddell Lewis is dead wrong talking about governmental operations. Thanks, Amanda, because it's finance. It's been 50,000 on legal services. We got 40 million in ARPA money to help people save houses. It's a financial issue. We're talking all parties. It's governmental operations. Because it's governmental operations. It's finance. It's money. If we gonna help somebody, if they ain't gonna try, if you call somebody up, I'm not voting for. Yeah, it's once an hour and a half, 2 hour discussion. Did you send him that in writing? Because it's the second or third time I done asked the legal to check on that. So he got it in writing now, what y'all call an email, and it's sent. You gonna push a button and send. He made more excuses than Black Tom.
Any other discussion? Mr. Mason. Any other discussion on the second round? Go ahead, Mr. Winfrey Carter.
Yeah, that's very nice. Let me see. Since Emily is not here, wouldn't Mike Ryder, wouldn't that fall under him? Is Mike here? Would you to anybody? Because he's the manager over building and safety, right? I guess I'm just wondering too, can someone, through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Edwards?
Mr. Edwards?
Is Mr. Edwards there?
He was. We might have stepped out for a moment. Is he stepped out for a moment?
I would like to make a referral. Along with the rental inspection list of what they're inspecting, I also want to know how many rental inspectors do we have?
Good question.
Do we have enough inspectors going out inspecting the rental properties? So, Madam Clerk, along with that request for the list of, things that they're inspecting, I would like to find out how many rental inspectors we do have. Since I can't get my answers here in a committee meeting, which is ridiculous. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the second round? Any other discussion second round? Seeing none, this is the roll call vote to add a 20-minute discussion item regarding the rental inspections to the agenda. Ms. Priestley? No.
Yes.
Ms. Burns? Is not in. Ms. Michelle?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing is not in. Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis is not in. Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Your vote is 4 yes, 2 no. The vote is 4 yes, 2 no. That motion fails. Going on, we are into council response. The council people from the 6th, 1st, 5th, and 8th have spoken. Mr. Murphy, you wanted the floor?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much. And I want to thank all the speakers for speaking. I know I've been absent a couple of meetings, some medical issues. what's going on with me. So I appreciate the prayers of those, the text messages of those people who have reached out to me, and just keep me lifted up in prayers because it's still a long journey from here. And I listen to the speakers, and one thing I keep hearing is if Ashley Capital would have came up here. As a council person who represents the 3rd Ward, I'm here to tell you, and y'all can take it how y'all want to. I want to be clear. I support Ashley Capital and the development that they got going on in the 3rd Ward. Soon as they do groundbreaking, Councilman Murphy go be there. And for somebody who grew up down the street from Ashley Capital, I support them 100%. So when y'all come up here and y'all talking about things, when y'all bring up Ashley Capital, y'all can bring them up all day long till y'all turn blue in the face. Councilman Murphy supported the development over there in the 3rd Ward, and if I had to do it all over again, I would support them, and it would be a yes, yes, and yes. So for those who don't like that, oh well, keep coming up here and bringing up Ashley Capital. It ain't gonna make me change. I don't feel uncomfortable, and I ain't straddling the fence on what I believe with Ashley Capital. I support that development over there in the 3rd Ward. Me and my mom and my family gonna be out there when they do the ribbon cut, because we proud of them coming into the 3rd Ward. And then I heard the situation of the ombudsman, and the situation may be coming, only 4 of them up here may be supporting it. If the ombudsman office or the Ethics and Accountability Board got anything going on, and they need to send us a letter, they can send us a letter, and I'll
Thank you. Let me see who all has spoken. Okay, is there anyone else who'd like to address? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to take my time.
Did you ask her?
Oh, did you? I'm sorry. Did you want to answer? Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't see you come in. So, okay. All right, so,
Madam Chair,
what is your point?
I'm still waiting to see how you're going to handle that motion that y'all voted was proper to be on the floor with Eva Worthy.
It died for lack of second. Going forward. Okay, so we've talked about the landlord inspection. And then the water lawsuit, we have no control over the water lawsuit. That is in courts. Regarding the zoning, we need to get that zoned, because if we don't rezone those properties, there will be residential and businesses will have to cease. And we can't let that happen. It's bad for the city. And then, thank you for calling it to my attention about the EAB, Ms. Taylor. I did not know that there was no heat or anything like that. We did fully fund that office. We gave them all the money they asked for in their budget last year. If they haven't, that's the EAB board's responsibility to hire the staff for that department. My understanding, they are in charge of hiring the ombudsman, the support staff. I don't know if that goes through them or through the administration, but there have been no posting for those positions. So, but we did fully fund it. Regards to my kitchen, it's amazing. I work 3 jobs. I saved for 3 years for my kitchen, and I'm very happy with it so far. I earned it. I deserve it. Thank you. Now I will entertain a motion to approve to send the consent. Go ahead, Mr. Mays. What's your point?
Y'all voted that Eva's motion was proper. Now, I ain't never seen a motion be on the floor this long. Ain't been no discussion, it's just sitting out there. What you gonna do? I mean, y'all voted that.
Mr. Mays, I'm sorry, you are correct. I looked at the second motion. I missed that motion. I highlighted, I did miss that. I am so sorry. Thank you very much for calling that to my attention. So we have a motion on the floor to remove the person who's operating the camera over here in the far upper corner of the chamber. So we do have a discussion on that. Is there any discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead. Mr. Murphy, please.
Yes, I make a motion to drop that motion without any objection.
There's a motion on the floor to drop, support. I don't know if that, is that a proper, excuse me, I would like a ruling from the city attorney on that motion. Is that proper? We have a motion on the floor that was properly seconded, and he makes a motion. It would be an amended motion, right? Or a substitute motion?
Deem it as a motion to table indefinitely.
Okay.
Madam Chair, point of order.
What's your point?
Madam Chair, I hate to see you, Quincy, and everybody else falling all over these rules. You listen to him all day long. It's a motion been made. Your job is to ask, is there a second, or we can appeal it? He gonna change the motion, tell Quincy this, that. You know, y'all play the game, right?
Mr. Mays, I can rule the motion as improper.
Point of order, what?
I can rule that motion as a dilatory motion and it being improper.
Well, I'm with that, but I'm calling the point of order.
We have a motion to, I was trying to figure out if that motion was proper before I asked for a second.
So we still, you say it's improper?
I did not say that.
Okay, well, you asked for a second on the motion to drop. Correct?
I may have, but what I'm trying to find out is if it is a motion to table indefinitely. Is that correct?
Point of order, Madam Chair. We heard the motion. I heard what Attorney Kim said. If he want to change his motion and go to that, I'll listen. But y'all is crazy.
Is there a second to Mr. Murphy's motion? To drop it indefinitely.
Yeah, I'll support the motion.
Okay, I believe there's no discussion on this motion.
I would request that you look and see.
I am, Mr. Mays.
I mean, don't get offended. I don't know.
There's one round of 3 minutes.
Madam Chair.
One round of 3 minutes.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Just a second, please. Hold on just a second. I hate this keyboard.
Wait a minute, that's all first.
That was... Okay, go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair. Mr. Worthing made a motion. Ms. Worthing and Mr. Murphy to come back in here causing, in my opinion, all kind of confusion. Yeah. Now here you ain't got folks sitting in their seat. He done made a motion to postpone indefinitely. The motion to remove the cameraman from my count wasn't been to pass. We were getting ready to vote on it and it wasn't gonna get 5 votes. We could be gone. Now, the amended motion to drop, it might pass and it might not, but if it don't, you back to the other motion. Just a waste of time. Everybody trying to be intelligent and a genius, and nobody shouldn't have been messing with the camera folks in the first place. You shouldn't entertain Eva's motion in the first place. And y'all whine about wasting time, and if you call people up and ask about foreclosures, I ain't gonna vote to discuss it. This is a big waste of time. A waste of time because how y'all choosing to conduct the meeting. Bible stuff should have been ordered on the agenda with no objection, the same way Quincy would. Now, he done made a motion to drop the funny style attorney and changed the motion to indefinitely. You still got 3 minutes. And if Jerry wouldn't have you or me, it wouldn't pass if they out their seats. And they so smart, they'd have to go back to the original motion and it wouldn't pass. Because they're trying to outdo each other, outdo me. Some of these rules I looked at with my eyes closed, 10 years. And then they done changed one in the dark of the night. It's just ridiculous. Look, the rule changer. The one who came in Turkey. Normally I'm calm and question. Guess who that is? You already know. I'm gonna be both no to drive, no to approve the meeting. They ain't got 5 votes to throw no cameraman out. I won't vote to see it. Yeah.
Thank you. Are you done, Mr. Mays? Thank you. Any other discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr.
This
Murphy.
motion is to drop indefinitely, removing the young man, whoever, that a motion was made to put out of the meeting, to drop it, so that we can move on with the meeting. It's 7:30 already, and we yet to get into the finance committee. We still got special affairs and city council meetings to go. All I want to do is get the meeting moving forward. It ain't nothing to shy or to outshine somebody or whatever. I just
Request for information.
What is your request?
You the one voted for he was motion to be proper, didn't you? Yeah.
The improper request.
Madam Chair, point of order.
What's your point?
This, Mr. Mays have abused privilege motions all night without warning.
There she goes, Mr. Mays. There she goes again.
Go ahead, Mr.
all I'm saying is, a motion was put on the floor. I don't have nothing to do with no motion that somebody put on the floor. I didn't second no motion that somebody put on the floor. But this man in the first ward is determined to try to tie me into whatever your interpretation of what you think going on with what my thought frame is. And all I want to do is move the meeting forward.
Request for information.
What's your request?
While you wave your hand at me like that, I could just be determined to clarify the truth and straighten up what you understand in my mind. I don't know what you understand. And I got a right to do a request for information to you. So I'm going to wave my hand back at you.
It's improper. Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
That's correct.
To the chair.
What's your point?
The point, I retract the point of order.
My thing is, as the chairperson, how long are you going to allow this man to keep cutting us off and using frivolous motions and points of information to grab the floor and talk about stuff that ain't even on? It's your job as the chair to keep ordering here, and this man is taking over the meeting. And I know we're trying to give him some leeway, but how much? It don't make no sense.
I will take it. Go ahead, Mr. What's your point, Mr.
He had the floor. Why did you say point well taken to somebody who got the floor?
Yes, he did. Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
That's
I'm
correct.
asking the chairperson, moving forward, if these frivolous points of information or points of order keep being abused, that we can't just say, okay, you're out of order. I don't care what a council person is. Give them a warning so we can get this meeting moving forward. Because if you don't, they're going to do it all night and we're going to be held hostage.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I barely wanted to be here today, but I'm here.
Madam Chair.
What's your point, Mr. Mays?
Why are you and him dialoguing and you not saying point of order? Y'all just talking to each other like that. He got the floor. Normally, we wait till a member stop talking and then we wait to get the floor. Why are you doing that?
Mr. Murphy, are you done?
Yep, I'm done.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer. We're on a motion to table indefinitely, the motion to remove the gentleman running the camera in the far corner. Up here.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Murphy.
Okay, I'll be voting no. I'll be voting no.
Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So, this motion is to drop the initial motion that was made by Worthing to have the camera guy removed. Mr. Murphy made a substitute motion to drop it indefinitely.
Point of order.
What's your point?
He had made a motion to drop, but then Attorney Kim told him to change it to a motion to postpone indefinitely. That's actually what happened.
Right. Postpone indefinitely. Which means to remove of it, period.
Right.
So that's where we are. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be voting yes to remove it, whatever we need to do. I'm good.
Go ahead. Any other discussion?
I'm tired.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, this is the vote to table indefinitely the motion to remove the gentleman running the camera on the far upper front corner. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
No.
Yeah, I'm abstaining just to put on the record, it was a foolish motion and a waste of time in the first place.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Yes.
Hold on.
Point of order.
Mr. Murphy wants to change his vote.
Yes, excuse me, I want to change my vote to yes.
Point of order.
What's your point?
The point of order is our colleague in the first ward can't be yelling out and calling colleagues stupid. That's a personal attack.
That is correct. Mr. Mays, please refrain from calling your colleagues. I'm ruling on this point of order, and then I'll call on yours. Please refrain from calling your colleagues names. Thank you. What's your point?
My point of order is I can say if I don't believe somebody have a high intelligence level.
Mr. Mays, that is not appropriate. That is not appropriate according to our council rules. Go ahead, Madam Clerk. What is the vote? The vote is 6 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention. 6 votes, 2 no, 1 abstention. That motion is tabled. Now I'm going to entertain a motion to send the consent agenda to council. Is there a motion? All right, so moved. Okay, is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly seconded.
Madam Chair.
Just a second, Mr. Mays, to send the consent agenda to council. Go ahead now, Mr. Mays. Do you have any separations?
Yeah, I do have separation.
Go ahead.
I want to separate 230-446, 230-470, 230.
Mr. Mays, are you looking at the right agenda?
The State Finance Committee meeting, you want me to repeat them? Are you looking at the right agenda?
What's your point?
Mr. Mays, I think you said 446, but I don't see it 446.
230446.
No, sir, that is not on this agenda. And,
445.
thank you.
230470. That's how you get old, you have to put your glasses on. The bag look like this. Let me take time to put my glasses on. I'm trying to be too much without. Oh, yeah. 230445. That's the Fresh Mobile Market. ARPA fund money, 250,000. 230470. North Flint Reinvestment Corporation, 300,000. 230,459. That's 27 parcels of land from the Genesee County Land Bank / Flint Police and Fire Training Center. 230,462. That's the ARPA funds for small business, 500,000. And 230,463, Ernst & Young Management, a 3-year, some about 3 years of a compliance management contract, 738,000 to renew at a rate of 627,000. And then 230,464, which is revenue replacement, 40,567,919.85.
To the king.
Okay, is there any other separations? Any other separations? So the consent agenda consists of 230444, 230458, 230460, 230461. Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
Yes. You did say eight. Madam Clerk, you said 6 or more?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Murphy Carter?
Yes.
Vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no.
9 yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, 9 yes. My old ears. Mr. Mays, I'm 4 days older than you. The first separation is Resolution 230445. I will entertain a motion to send to council.
I move 230445, opera funds, increase food assets, Flint Fresh Mobile Market to council.
There's a motion on the floor to send 230445 to council. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly seconded.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays, go ahead.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I separated this Fresh Mobile Market for 250,000. And I did that, sent it back to the committee last week and did that because I didn't have a clue that we would see a resolution for $40 million in ARPA funds. Through you, Madam Chair, to Brian Drzezinski from Ernst & Young, can you approach?
Oh, Lord. I'm gonna hit the man down. Get out the way, baby. Whoa. $1 million Another man sitting up here again.
Yeah, Brian, you done reviewed this Flint Fresh Mobile Market thing. You done reviewed this Flint Fresh Mobile Market resolution. Have you reviewed the $250,000 Flint Fresh Mobile Unit Market resolution?
I've read it in here, but I haven't seen anything more than that.
So you haven't reviewed it and approved it?
No.
Okay. What about the North Flint Reinvestment Corporation, $300? Both of them is in the food business. Neither one of them. Okay. What about the small business? Okay, y'all still been working with us?
Yes, sir.
But y'all here for money today to extend the contract. You know, I'm gonna give you hell on that.
I didn't read that one either.
Okay. Right now, if you haven't read and approved and looked at the Flint Fresh Food Market, or any of them, I don't know if they're ready to go to council. I'm glad you're here. I'm gonna ask you a lot more about this stuff if time permits. Have you reviewed the one for 40 million to go into lost revenue?
I'm aware of it, yeah, I have, I mean, I don't know if there's anything behind this, but yes.
I couldn't hear you.
Yes.
Okay, so when we first started talking about lost revenue, I don't know if it was under the old council or this new council, the estimate was maybe 10 to 30 million. Now it's up to 40 million.
So the total lost revenue that the city has calculated based on the impact of the pandemic is, I believe.
Can you speak a little louder?
The number is closer to 69 to 70 million.
59 to 70 million.
Six.
Yeah, I'm calling it and have been calling it lost revenue. They calling it revenue replacement. Who can give me an itemized budget through you, Madam Chair, to the Finance Director? Can he come forward? You got the itemized details of that 40 million?
Mr. Moore?
No, I'm asking you, Mr. Jones.
The 40 million is not a budgeted amount. It's moving the ARPA.
Can you show me the numbers? Come on up here, man. And you have to excuse me, Mr. Jazinski, I'll be looking at that clock. Hey, can you give me an itemized or some way to look at the details of this 40 million?
The 40 million would be following the same plan that the city council adopted initially.
You talking about what city council? The majority of this council? That's why I'm asking you for it. I don't even talk to some of these folks. I'm asking you, you might can help him answer, Mr. Jazinski. How can I look at some itemized list or details of how y'all coming up with the 50, 70, 40 million in lost revenue? Do y'all understand my question?
I understand the question. The purpose of the
Can you answer it in 37 seconds?
I don't believe I can.
I don't know if you can either. Ain't these some goofy rules?
Pardon?
Ain't these some goofy rules?
No.
Yes, sir. We respectfully disagree. You can do your business for 40 million in 3 minutes.
The purpose between the 40 million transfer was to enhance the total number of revenues that we would receive from the state.
Mr. Jazinski, I want y'all to try to answer my question by the time I call you back up.
Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms.
Mr. Moore and Mr. Jazinski, how did we get to 40 million? You're saying between 50 and 59. We should have, why don't we have an exact number?
The 40 million is the amount that has not been allocated today.
That is correct. That's what's left of the ARPA fund.
That's correct.
So why are we moving 40 million? We do not have a number because it has fluctuated And I think since we were told 17 million, 20 million, maybe 25, and not from you, Mr. Drzezinski. It was not you who told us that. We've never given an answer. Yeah, you can.
Maybe I can. They say in the back, sir. We the people that know.
Maybe I can, it's like two different, so the 40 million in this resolution is effectively represents the unobligated dollars of.
Got that.
The revenue loss number is a calculated number that's reported every quarter to U.S. Treasury. It's a calculated number based on baseline revenue and anticipated growth rate versus what it's actually brought in. That's where that number continues to move. Does that mean?
It does. What I'm saying is, how do we get that number has moved along? We would like, as it from the onset of COVID to, let's say.
There's a base year that was pre-pandemic, and then every year you recalculate it.
And so that's where, can we get that? Because I have a question when we talk about taking the remaining of the 40 million and allocating it to our revenue loss and then to our general fund. If we have 70 million or 69, I don't know what the number is. We need to know, how do we get to that number? Because it looks, and I understand clearly the 40 million that we have, that's what's not been spent or allocated.
Yeah.
How do we get to our, and then the separate one is our revenue loss. What did we lose pre-pandemic, during pandemic? How do we get to that number?
Ms. Burns, could we please stay germane to this one resolution and discuss that resolution when it comes up later on in the agenda?
Well, so you can work on that, yes, but I'm gonna use the rest of my time. So with the food one, so I'm very concerned because if we're getting resolutions and you're saying, Mr. Drzezinski, you can take a lot of money. You know, we've asked to, and it's not on you, I know. You haven't been able to review these, and we're asking you about the resolution. Are you just now seeing this tonight reviewing it, or today?
So I don't see the resolutions. What I do is work on the compliance once the dollars have been approved effectively. But the items that are being brought to resolution are eligible costs, which is what we would be advising on. So
the fresh food market?
Yeah, so we would see this once it's approved, and then we would approve any expenditures.
Okay, so the fresh fruit market to receive $250,000 in ARPA funds. Is this something that you have said, okay, this is a go? Yes.
So the theory of the resolution, yes. The actual expenditure, no, because we need to know exactly where those dollars are going.
Okay. So, and then that's going to be some of the questions, because as we've been going through this, what we wanted, and I felt you were in agreement, but I know the last time you were here, when we've been asked, you weren't notified. And so when we have questions as we go along with this process, the fresh food market, I think this just came, it was like 2 weeks ago, it was only for the resolution. So it's just, I think we sent it back to committee 2 weeks ago.
Yep.
So when we approving this, and it's really kind of unfair to you because it is very unfair to you. Because if you were along here in the process, we could ask these questions as we go along. And to understand, and tonight is a lot that we are actually going through, because I think the biggest thing is we're looking at that 40 million that we have and what's going to, that's done with ARPA going to the general fund. And once it goes to general fund, whatever is our lost revenue, which we really don't know is what I'm gathering.
We do know the lost revenue number.
We
but
do?
That's just a calculated number
So
to let you
can
know
get
how much you can use for revenue replacement.
Okay, and so right, and so can we get that number? Because when we're saying we're appropriating that would be coming out of this 250. Also, do we want to approve it? Or do we want to take out the lost revenue? So that to me is important. Do we want a fresh food market, or do we, if we've got 70 million or whatever that we lost, or the good rules are good.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
That's my time.
Is there anybody here from the fresh food market?
I know there was talk about someone coming. Is anyone here?
So,
They may have thought it was Wednesday and not today.
so I won't be supporting this because there's still no documentation in front of me that states how they're going to separate from their paid business. There's no, there's nothing in this resolution that states how or, I mean, the food banks give away food and they don't have a paid business. So how is this going to be segregated from their paid business as well as to make sure that it's for the residents of the city of Flint? Their website shows that they do programs and stuff throughout the county, so how are they going to segregate this to only city of Flint and what that program is going to look like? So until I see that, I can't support this. So I want to make sure that these funds help the city residents and not just get put into just a checkbook or a checking account and get integrated with everything else. So that the program does not, or this resolution, I should say, it doesn't state anywhere on it other than it's going to provide fresh food, but is it going to subsidize and still charge people? Is it going to give boxes for free? How is any of that going to be implemented? So until I get those answers, I'll be voting no. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
Hold on, please.
Then Mr. Murphy.
Please first.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
I agree with my colleague. I put this resolution and move it to have so that we can be able to discuss it. One of my issues that I have, $250,000, that's a lot for, and I'm not saying a lot when it comes down to getting the food, but as a council person who have been reached out from the North End Soup Kitchen because they have lacked the ability to sustain, maintaining, feeding families, and they I know Ed Bennett from the MTA went and brought like 50 loaves of bread for them. And that shall not be when we got funding that we can help them like that. So we gave Asbury some funding, we gave Greater Holy Temple some funding. We about to give somebody $250,000 and I'm not mad about it. I'm just concerned that if we give out this kind of money, and if you got some people like the North End Soup Kitchen and you be like, dang, I never thought about, but anybody who know the North End Soup Kitchen know they've been feeding families for years. And for people to have to scrape up to get them loaves of breads, and I went and visited their site. I mean, it's in our hands now. And it's stuff like this that concerns me on approving a resolution that's just gonna give funding to earmark for specific places. And if we pass this resolution that's getting ready to come up, we probably hit when it comes down to moving money and being able to give and help other organizations. But I'll be talking about that later. There's no one here. Is anyone from the administration can speak on a fresh mobile market? Through you to the administration. Ernst & Young, since it got y'all name on there, can y'all speak on the fresh mobile market? Don't look like nobody moving up there. So I'll be supporting, I'll make a motion to send this back to finance.
Support.
Okay, there's been moved and properly seconded to keep this in finance.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair. I looked at that motion when I asked them what did they know through you to Mr. Jazinski, Madam Chair.
Mr. Jarzynski?
This is my concern. And I might put a motion to table this and go to that $40 million resolution. It's problematic to keep funding this stuff and not talking about this $40 million resolution. Mr. Jazinski, as I talked to Mr. Edwards just a second ago, he says, and I want to see what you say, this $40 million is being moved to revenue replacement, and it's got something to do with getting a year-end bonus. You know about that?
Yeah, so it's not a bonus.
Well, what you call
The state of Michigan, in the revenue sharing program, gives you 4%, assuming all your funds are obligated under ARPA.
Okay, so if we obligate them by the end of the year, you get a 4%.
No, you get 4% no matter what. This would be an additional 1%.
And the deadline is by the end of this year.
Yes, sir.
So if we obligate to revenue replacement by the end of this year, next year, we can't change it.
So the funds would be considered obligated at that
Because they obligated. It ain't that important to me. Now look, here he come. What you want? Do you, Madam Chair, to him? You have to give permission here.
Mr. Moore?
I think if you look at the resolution, the idea is to keep the city council in control of the funds. But to maximize the dollars that.
When you lock it in the category, Mr. Moore, you giving up control except for that category. That's my question. So don't try to play the city council control with me because I'm only 1 out of 9. I can't even control the point of order. I'm concerned about locking it in.
Mr. Mays, can we state your name to the resolution?
Oh, my God.
I am Jermaine, and I'm saying, would you let me use my minutes the way I can? And would you not do no stupid stuff like that, Ms.
Excuse me, Mr. Mays.
I want to make a motion to table this resolution until after we discuss this 40 million, and I so move.
There's a motion on the floor to table this, to table definitely.
No, I didn't. I said a motion to table. That's the table temporarily. Let me cite.
I said definitely. That is.
I didn't say definitely. I'm going to tell you what the rules say. Y'all such a stickler for rules. I don't need y'all to put numbers and stuff. A motion to lay on the table. And that's rule 15.1. And I so move.
If there's a motion on the floor to lay it on the table, is there support? It's been moved and seconded to postpone this temporarily. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Ms. Bichette?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing? No. Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
Madam Chair,
We're in the middle of the roll call vote.
I'm back in my seat now, Chair.
Ms. Priestley? No. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
The vote is 4 yes, 4 no. The vote is 4 yes, 4 no, that it failed. Go ahead, we're discussing the motion to keep this in finance.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer. Mr. Mays has the floor. Oh, excuse me, no, he did not.
You interfered with my time, Ms. Priestley. Come on, over here. I want to ask you something. She messed me up.
Go ahead, Mr.
That
Pfeiffer.
mess.
So I would support this, but I wish that our colleagues would table this, because is this part of the 40-some million? So we're gonna try to allocate this, and like, we don't know this. Is this 250 part of the 40?
If I may answer for you.
Sure. Sure.
The $40 million comes from the spreadsheets that I provide to you guys on a weekly basis, or after every council meeting that we approve our results. So that is not included in that.
So we would be over allocated if we allocate more.
We would have to amend the resolution.
Yes, see, so why would we want to table this until after that, and then because if we prove this, then we are now over allocating or we have to amend it, so if you guys.
There's a motion, the current motion is to keep it in finance. Okay.
But who knows how that's going to go, so. Because it seems like you guys have to vote to reallocate 47 million. So why would we even entertain this in any point? This one, the next one, basically any ARPA funds, even the Ernst & Young one should go away if you guys approve the 40-some million. So I don't understand that. I have to imagine that's why everybody showed up tonight. So, Madam Chair, I will make an amended motion to table 230445, 230470, 230463 until after resolution 230464 and I so move.
I want to make sure I get the resolutions, 230445, 230470, and there was another one, 230462, is that all?
462 and 463. Because they all have.
All right. Is there support?
Support.
All right, one round, 3 minutes. And who would like to speak? Yeah, this is just postponed temporarily, correct? Great, no debate. I was thinking it was. All right, roll call vote.
Mr. Fire.
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
No.
Mr. Mays? Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy is not here.
Mr. Murphy is.
He's in, he's just leaning back.
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mr. Michelle? No. Ms. Michelle? Vote is 3 yes, 5 no.
That motion fails. The vote is 3 yes, 5 no. Going back to the motion to table definitely. Going back to keep in finance. Number 1 and number 8 has spoken. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. So I stated before that it is the goal to make sure that we do things categorically. And approving these resolutions is breaking the goal of doing things categorically. The point of doing things categorically is so we know how much money we're working with, how much money is spent, who all applied. We want to make sure that we have everyone in front of us. When we pass the emergency money for the other food access, no, we didn't give them everything. We gave them enough to have operating costs until we can get to the category. Well, right now, accepting these food resolutions is out of order. We have not completed blight. We have not completed gap finance. I'm not for this coming to council. I didn't send for it, and I trust that any of us did not send for this. But the point is to make sure that we're doing everything together so we have everyone at the same time. We have all the information before us to make proper and informed decisions. Furthermore, we have enough time to give people an opportunity to come before council and speak to their resolution. So just doing it out of order like this, it's not conducive to being fair. And I don't want to do it that way because it's not fair. So if we're not going to be equitable about it, then we might as well not do it. So I'm not for this. So I'm down with keeping it in finance because it only makes sense. Instead of dropping it indefinitely, we can go, or tabling indefinitely, excuse me, we can just leave it in finance until we bring up the category of that this appropriately fits under. And I believe that's under what, that food distribution or whatever. So we need to do it categorically so everyone that applied, all 286 people will have their fair share. Because the way we're doing it right here, it's not right. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Hearing none, this is the motion, this is the vote to keep resolution 230445 in finance. Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no. The vote is 7 yes, 1 no. That motion passes and will stay in finance. The next separation is resolution 230470. Is there I will entertain a motion to send to council.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
I'm gonna make a motion to move 230470 to council. So moved.
There's a motion on the floor to send 230470 to council. Is there support? Support.
Madam Chair.
All right, it's been moved and properly seconded to send 230470. Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. I would like to again reiterate the point of allocating funds to anyone outside of the categories of gap financing and blight. We must finish what we started before we move on to something new. We don't have any supporting documentation supporting this right now. We do not. We do not have the breakdown of this specific category. We do not. So therefore, I will put forward an alternative motion to send this, to keep this, in finance until we get to this category. So we can have the proper people here to represent themselves and we have all the information that we need to make informed decisions. And I so move.
There's a motion on the floor to keep resolution 230470 in finance. Is there support?
Yeah, Madam.
It's been moved and properly seconded to keep resolution 230470 in finance. Mr. Mays.
Madam Chair, you know, I anticipated this, let's say, the state finance. But the point is, I know this project. This project is a fine building set on the corner of Cloud Road and Pearson. And I want the public to hear and see this crowd not allocate $300,000. Remember, it came back at the beginning for $600,000. And Ms. Priestley there was talking about how much the popcorn popper costs. And, you know, there's always that scrutiny when it comes to these black projects. And then I look at the small business allocation, 500,000, peanuts. And then I'm listening at the great speech that Ms. Lewis want to articulate about. We're not on that category yet now. But they have voted so many different categories as far as from where I sit is ridiculous. Now it's getting time to crunch time projects we know, home improvements, the North Flint Food Market. And I just don't want to, vote on these into their city category, we have no paperwork on it. I ain't seen paperwork on some of that stuff they did approved. I didn't see the paperwork on $1 million for Mona and Tisha Ham. I didn't see the paperwork on other stuff. Politicians tickle me when they, and you know, and of course, you better know your community.
Thank you.
And black folks should be in an uproar on the North End when it comes to food and food markets. Don't take a rocket scientist to know you want a black-owned grocery store in the black community. We got Indian and Arabs that's taking money.
Yes.
We have opportunity to circulate our own dollar. I just don't know well, you know, until we, and the paperwork. But about the paperwork, well, here we go. It ain't no reason it shouldn't pass with blind colors to leave it in vines. And then many people can get the paperwork and be, you know, timed in. I want y'all to keep an eye on this one close.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Go ahead.
I don't know if anyone else caught this, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe I just heard the councilperson in the first ward say Indians and Arabs are just taking our money. Did you not just say that? Or did everyone tune out? Let's talk about racist comments. That's a racist comment. I guess it's not racist, it's not against his own race. But if it's against someone else's, I'm appalled that he said that. I'm appalled that no one caught that. It's disgusting. As I wait for the crowd to calm down. How is it that we have one council person that is allowed to insult anyone and everyone else, and nothing is done?
Let's maintain order. Thank you. Go ahead.
It's
order.
insane.
Madam Chair, is this germane to the $300,000 for the Flint reinvestment? She's not germane, Madam Chair.
It was just said.
Thank you. If this is not germane to the motion, please discuss the
Well,
motion. Thank you.
I feel that this just adds to the reason why we cannot have this type of behavior on this council. That's appalling. I don't know how long it's going to take me to get over that comment.
Please, let's maintain order. Thank you. So that we can conduct business.
What hypocrisy that there's support for this hatred and vitriol, but they couldn't handle it themselves. If no one else says anything about this, that's concerning to me. Because it's the most racist thing I've heard him say.
Whoever phone is ringing, turn it off or leave. Thank you. Go ahead.
Oh! They went low.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Madam Chair, that was rude.
Yeah.
That was simply rude. All you needed to say was, please turn your phone down, put it on vibrate or whatever.
That was said at the beginning of the meeting. Thank you very much.
That was rude.
Go ahead, Ms. Worthy.
Thank you. I'd like to see the documentation on this. Has this project has the store opened? How much money have they received thus far? Where are they in the process? It was concerning to have a $600 pineapple pour as part of the list for a community that just, they need food, but they
they need it to be open now, not a huge list of things that they've got to buy. It's like saying you need a new car and you buy a Porsche. Like, we need to help people, but we need to do it in the right way. And I'd love to see the financials on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I'd like to see the financials and paperwork on a lot of the opera funding things that we've had already. I want to see the financials of the Sarvis Neighborhood Association. How about that? And the paperwork on that, the documentation. I want to see the documentation of all of it. But I just want to say this. I do support the North Flint reinvestment 100%, but I cannot vote on it one way or the other because I'm a member. I'm a member of the North Flint reinvestment project. So, Councilman Mays, I can vote to keep it in finance. However, I cannot vote to approve any funding. And I'm just going to be ethical. We have people up here that's not ethical. I be willing to abstain, but I can vote to keep it in finance. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Council Murphy, was he?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, I can wait.
Go ahead, Mr.
Thank
Murphy.
you. So, I went and visited, I guess they had a soft opening, I'm not sure what it was, for us to tour the inside of the building. It was interesting. Looked like they've been doing a lot of work on the inside. I would like to see it open. I know sometimes in construction, there are increasing costs. Not sure what that looked like. I would like for, at the next finance committee, we have someone here who can speak on this resolution. I'm not sure, but I thought we also gave them community development block grant funding too. I'm not sure if we awarded them any of those dollars, but I'm not against giving them funding. I just would like to hear from them and see their reasoning behind the additional 300. And I'm sure just increase of cost in so many different areas. And when you're in the middle of the construction, you're in the middle of it, and you look like they in the home stretch now and trying to open by April. So I would like to hear from someone to see, and I'm not against supporting them. I'm just, that's where I'm at. But I do want to, there's no one here from the administration that can speak on this. I just got some questions. That's it.
Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thanks.
Sorry, I forgot.
No, don't worry. So we get down to the $40 million resolution, which was presented to put in the revenue loss sharing. And we got people want to make sure we follow sequence and order. We have not followed sequence and order. Not at all. And so to now say that makes me really more concerned because we have 2 council members who are affiliated with nonprofits. One at $50,000, Councilwoman Liddell Lewis, and Councilwoman Mashat for $300,000. So we haven't seen any disclosures. We haven't heard how they are a part of these affiliated. They submitted You know, and if we could quit talking about it, disclosed it. It hasn't, but we want to have we want to make sure that money is available for those nonprofits. And that is just not a fair valuation, despite what they may do. Currently, Blight is, I believe, what Councilwoman Lewis's would be out of. Her $50,000 for Cyrus Park would come from the one that she originated, and the paperwork showed it. So we want to make sure that money, as it shifts, it's going to change. And so as it shifts, it goes to the general fund. And so now, and I'm hearing her state that she did not have anything, or I guess did not know about the $40 million resolution. So that is concerning. So we have given out, it has not been in sequence.
What's your request?
When did I state that I did not know anything about the $40 million resolution?
You stated that it was just brought here today. Did you know about it?
No.
Did you disclose about Cyrus Park? That you were the director and the president?
This is going back and forth, so I'm...
Well, you asked me, don't take my time. So, when we look at, like Councilman, they are in the fourth quarter. I know we didn't give them any ARPA funds. And there are two members, Councilwoman Lewis is a member, and Councilwoman Winfrey Carter is a member. And they did not vote previously. And so I believe, you know, when we talk about the disclosure, and so they are in the home stretch. Do we need a market there? We don't have a good market, big chain market anywhere. I mean, if you gotta go like 3 different markets if you live in the city of Flint just to get food. You gotta go to the meat market, you gotta go to, if you go to all these, then you may have to go to Save-A-Lot. Save-A-Lot is in my area, and they do not keep that store clean. It is not clean. And so, then you got Kroger, I think Kroger is just outside on Toronto Road.
There's a Kroger in
Bridgefield Road. Yeah, but that's 4th Ward, so we gotta drive, there's only one Kroger within the city limit. So yes, we do have a food desert. And so what happens is, people buy at local places, they don't have fresh foods. And so they spend more money in packaging. And so the food, you talk about diabetes and cancer and other things that are more prominent in rural communities, it is a big issue. So I am, and I'm not a member of the grocery store. I have not done my tour yet because they're not at the end, but I will be scheduling my tour. And my time is up.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Go ahead, Mr. Piper.
Yeah, I agree with my colleague in the 3rd Ward. I'm not opposed to this. I would like to know if this $300,000 gets them over the line, are they going to be able to open? What is this money going to be used for? But more importantly, I want to touch on the racist comments of my colleague in the 9th Ward. She wants to point out the racist comment of the 1st Ward. Did she just say that people in the North End don't deserve pineapple? Like they only deserve food that she approved of? Wow.
She's the doctor.
So when we want to talk about gaslighting and making racial comments, point of order.
What's your point?
I have the floor and she's over here.
Point of order.
I'm
sorry, I'll let you do rule on his.
I'm sorry, I did not hear her say anything.
Hold on, because I'm on a point of order.
What's your point?
The Councilman Evenworthing just stated the monkey comment. Come on, we got black people up here. And she doesn't like the monkey. No, don't do that's like saying ghetto again. She is just allowed to continue to escalate. We have the person that she hit still sitting in the audience. Is still here. She said monkey. She said it, we heard it, and I hope it's
request for information.
What's your request?
Request for information. So the monkey comment was directed towards me. So all right, so it's not saying monkey inappropriate?
That's an inappropriate point of order.
I'll take it. But let's go ahead and be fair.
Let's not talk over people. Let me go ahead and rule on it on the point of information that was improper. And you have a point of order over Ms. Worthing, and I'm sorry, I did not hear it. And I can't hear it down here necessarily, and so I'm going to rule that that is inappropriate just because I could not hear it. So go ahead, Ms. Burns, continue on. Or excuse me, Mr. Pfeiffer. Mr. Pfeiffer, please state your main to this resolution. Thank you.
I'll vote to keep this in finance. I'd like some more information, the things that I've outlined, but I want to point out the hypocrisy. And it's fine and dandy if the councilwoman in ninth ward says one thing. And it's on tape. I got the accountability cage. Stop. So what, so I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to, one, say that, when we talk about this grocery store, I know that they've been trying to do this for quite some time. When we talk about the city of Flint is a food desert as a whole. We definitely can talk about how, on the north end, it's been bad for a very long time. And they definitely need this relief. They need a quality grocery store for sure, one that is going to be clean, one that is going to be somewhere where they can walk in and feel like they matter, not only that, but just be able to basically feed their families. I do agree with my colleagues. If they just come and say what this 300 is going to cover, then I'm all for supporting the North End getting a grocery store. I've been in support of this project since they talked about doing it, and so I would love for them to make it across the finish line. And we all have a grocery store to go to on the North End. I'll go to the North End shop just to make sure that we support and keep this grocery store open. I also want to be clear about some things. And this is all on camera from the time that I've been here. It was on camera when I did my interview. I very much disclosed the water lab. I very much disclosed my relationship at the water lab, but I do at the water lab. I've not hidden it. I've actually plugged the water lab, said it's a free resource for Flint residents to keep their water tested to know what's in their water to help combat any stories that they may be getting about what's in their water. If they don't believe it, it's another space that it is not connected to the city in any way whatsoever. I've said this from the beginning, so it's not accurate to say that it was not disclosed because it was part of my interview. It was absolutely disclosed, and the fact that I applied for money in March when my successor was still here, and she didn't leave until July. And so that application was put in March. I said that during my first council meeting. I have not hidden anything. I don't have a reason to hide anything. So we don't have to keep up the narrative of it wasn't disclosed. It was disclosed and it was plugged.
Thank you. How much did you apply for?
No, it was disclosed and plugged, but it was also, I was the one who told everyone.
Go ahead.
I was the one who told everyone we applied. I made it clear to the council. It wasn't a surprise. I said it. I brought it up during the council meeting. Go back and watch my very first council meeting. I said it. 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 You know that it's on video. So this narrative is completely false. It was disclosed. It was plugged. It's being plugged right now. Get your water tested for free. In addition, I was the one who said I applied back in March before I was ever on this council. Let's not use political laws to protect something that is not only helping our city, but cities across the country. It doesn't have to come to this. And the reason it does have to come to this is because this narrative keeps being put out there, and I keep not responding because at the end of the day, that water lab is something beautiful for the country. It's the first of its kind in the nation. Don't use political attacks to stop something that's going to help other people from being poisoned. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion on this motion to keep it in finance? Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and take my time. The fact is that this organization did apply for ARPA funds, but what did they give as a reason for the project description? It's blank. Matching funds, blank. COVID-19 minority population, blank. The committee did not award them any funding. I would like to see what they want to do with the money, the 300, why they need $300,000. I've looked at their 990. They own no building, no land, no leasehold improvements. And their project purposes are, if I can find it real quick here, new school management fees, rental income, and lawn care services. Nothing on here about the market. So I'm wondering if this is the appropriate organization, or should it be the people who actually own property? I don't know who's actually going to run this program, so I want to know that information before I vote to approve any money for them. It's a well-known fact that I didn't like the project and how much money it was costing. I still don't like the amount of money it's costing, but I want to know how much it's totally cost so far. How much does it cost to start a new Meijer? You guys in the North End deserve a grocery store. Meijer's closed. Kroger was open, Kroger closed. You know, I know that the smaller food markets cost more. Is this going to cost more for food? That's a good question that I have answered, I have questions for, but it is also supporting food access. But these are my concerns, So I'm going to now call for the vote to keep resolution 230470 in finance. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, I'm abstaining at this time, and check out my participation with the Northwood Food Market, as well as watch and see what this majority group do.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
I'll abstain for reasons stated earlier.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Bashad?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Werner?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no, 2 abstentions. The vote is 7 yes, 0 no, 2 abstentions. That resolution will remain in finance. The next resolution is 230459. I'll entertain a motion to send to council.
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Resolution 230459, the purchase of 27 parcels of land, Genesee County Land Bank, Flint Police and Fire Training Center to council.
There's a motion.
Council.
And there's a motion on the floor to send resolution 230459 to council. Is there support?
Support.
And that was Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair, through you to the chief, I thought I saw the chief of police in here earlier. If he's still here, I want to see if he can approach. I've looked at the prices of these parcels. And Chief, have you looked at the various lots and parcels? Because I see a couple in here where the price tag is $25. And then you look at the other one, they're $300-400. And parcels don't usually cost that much in the city of Flint. Are they bigger than normal?
I don't recall seeing any for 25,000.
You don't see one for $25 in there?
25 what?
Dollars.
Oh, no, I don't recall.
Okay, I'll show you to you what page it's on.
I believe.
You believe?
Yeah.
So why we get them from the land bank? I wish all of them could have been 25.
I agree.
See, the land bank needs to do business with us. And sometimes we need to do business with them, particularly in light of what just happened this year with them foreclosures. I talked to Deb Jerry, I talked to Freeman there, And I'm told they might try to need to do a memorandum of understanding with us to keep that from happening again. Because in most cases, we have a right of first refusal. And that's an important legal matter. You done sent that over to legal again, the legal, or whatever. So on record, I don't want to say they ain't looked it up or got the information in right. So Chief, I'm concerned about it. I'm not ready to pass it tonight. You say this is going to be a training center for police and fire located where? I see a lot of them say Stewart Street.
Yes, it's vacant lots surrounding a vacant fire station located in Stewart in Industrial.
Oh, that fire station, Stewart and Industrial, is the fire station going to be a part of it?
Yes. That's the main, that's going to be the main.
Remodel the fire station.
Going to remodel the fire station and brick and mortar firearms.
Well, I got the money to remodel it already. How much is that going to cost, that project? You know?
The exact price, I don't have it right now.
But we buying the property before we know the price.
We know the price, I just don't know.
Oh, okay, I want to know it. And I want to see if there's going to be some additional building on these lots. There's a lot of lots.
There is going to be additional building. There's going to be a firearms training facility for the police department.
I want to know the price tag. When can I get information on the total price tag of the project? Do Mr. Edwards know? Wave your hand if you know, Mr. Edwards. Do finance or anybody know who's here tonight? Everybody ready to move on it? You know, I'm sure we can do some marvelous things if we put our mind to it. That's why I know it's stuff we can do. But when certain folks ask, police, fire, I remember when they just wanted to get a police and fire the premium bonus money for COVID. And I start saying every employee should get it. You know what time of year it is right now? It is Christmas time. And I believe that a second round of money for police and fire and all the employees should hit. That would be about 2.7 million of the 40 million they want to move. Well, you might want to appeal to them, and they might go for it. But I want to appeal to the land bank to give us better prices on the lots. I want to also know the details of this project. Thank you so much.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. Chief Green, so this project is going to be a facility for fire and police. You do not currently have a training facility for police where you drive, is it Owasso?
That's correct. Shiawassee County, yes.
Shiawassee County, which keeps your officers out of range that they cannot be called if they need to be here.
Absolutely.
So I don't see Fire Chief Wiggins here. So this will be a state of the art. You did check into remodeling the gun range that we currently have, which along with the jail, all that is a mess. But I think at the last, and that was probably 4 years ago,
Yep.
5 years ago, it cost, what, over $2 million?
Yes.
To redo the gun range that we have currently now in the police department, so it's just not feasible. Also, you'll be able to make, you can rent it out and make money by having other facilities use it. So it would also create revenue.
That's correct.
I know a lot about your project. Yeah. You're building it, you don't have you started the process of finding out how much you will need? Because around that area, there's nothing down there. And I know that they have stripped that fire department, that fire station that's right there on Stewart.
Yes.
And they completely stripped it. And so you're going to build out from that.
They're going to remodel that current fire station, and we're going to build out firearms training facility addition onto that.
Okay, how many officers do you have now?
Last count was 95, 98.
And so you're understaffed, you're gonna have another 30 that, is it 30 that are up for retirement or can retire, or their 3-year contract is up, so you're really kind of under the gun to get some people here and get them trained.
That's correct.
Of course, you know, I support, I showed you that video, I'm gonna talk about it. They're breaking in houses, literally while in-process burglary, and they didn't have an officer. There was nobody to send. They break in that house every single night. And this man is passed away, and the people across the street are breaking in, people are videotaping them. And it's dangerous. You need more officers. You need more officers. You need more qualified officers in this training facility. You currently use now, is it MOTS program?
The Mott's Police Academy, that's correct.
Okay, so you will have your own police academy.
No, we won't. We
You
just,
still use theirs?
we'll still use their academy, but this would facilitate us having to travel 30, 40 minutes one way for firearms training.
So will Chief Wiggins, will he be training his officers here at this, so that you?
Yes, it's basically, you can refer to it as a public safety training center
Okay.
for public safety.
And so what is do you have what an estimate of what your budget will be? Because now you're acquiring property, because this is going to be expensive with materials and supplies.
Yeah, so just the estimate, we're looking at between at least $1 million. That's
Probably a little bit more than that.
the estimate right
Fire
now.
and police.
Well, I'm just talking about the police side. I can't give you a number for the fire
So you
department.
won't be, is he using the fire, who's using the fire station?
The fire department.
So you have to have a new building or a building?
We have to build onto that, yes.
Okay. Okay. So how often do your officers, are they required to shoot or go to the range?
Well, we would like to do it monthly, but right now it's quarterly, and that's based on Michigan Commission on Law Enforcement standards. But if we had our own facility, we could conduct firearms training much more frequently.
How many officers do you have in training now for your next training camp?
For the next academy in January? Well, right now, we're estimating at least 13, 12 to 13, but that's dependent upon if they pass all the pre-medical conditions as far as physical and mental.
Agility, testing,
Yes.
background.
Yes.
Okay, I don't want to get into a question I can't ask because my time is almost up. But this is really, I do agree with this, even though you're not taking my calls like you should.
Thank you. Any other person?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Green, for this project, and Fire Chief Wiggins. I did talk to him about it a year ago. He came to me about this project. It's in the 3rd Ward. For those who may not be familiar with it, it's across from Legacy Funeral Home on Industrial. Some may remember it as the old 50 Ground club that used to be there before, right across the street from it. Now it's a Legacy Funeral Home, so it's the landscape has really changed in that particular area. On this particular block, going north towards Black, Carden, I think Roberts or something like that. Are you guys planning on looking for parking lot space, or is the parking lot space will be included in this particular area, or will you guys have to be able to move west to add parking for people that may utilize this facility?
So the majority of these parcels are vacant, and yes, we would need parking space as far as parking for the 2 buildings, well, as well as the new build as far as the firearms training facility. So it would take up all these parcels.
Because what I'm looking at in that particular area, it's so dilapidated in that area, probably coming from Pearson Road back towards Stewart. So us trying to clean that whole particular area up, this will help us. So I appreciate the effort. It's going to be right down the street from where Ashley Capital is projected to build a building on the left-hand side between Stewart and probably Baltimore Street.
Yep.
In that particular area, that's going to be one particular site. I know another one that they plan on moving forward is in between Lee and Cartman Street. So to see a new building getting built down the street, to see a training facility down the street from where Ashton Capital is trying to get built, probably within the next 4 or 2 years, not sure what their time frame is. And then on the corner of Stewart and North Saginaw is where they projecting to do the tiny homes.
Yep.
They just opened up a warming center for women at the North End Soup Kitchen that started December 1st. That's going to be there, I guess, until April 1st. Hopefully, we'll be able to redo Stewart Street because it's ragged as I don't get out. When we tried to get it done before and we didn't get enough votes. So I'll be supporting this project, but hopefully we can look at doing a deeper dive in that neighborhood too, because there's just a lot of vacant houses over there that didn't even make the list that I would like to see tore down. So if y'all want to help tear some houses down with y'all training, I'm not sure I want to do that part, but if we can get rid of them and make it look better over there, I'm down with it. So I support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the first round? Anyone else in the first round? And the second round? Any other discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. So these are the parcels. Is this total council? You mentioned the 4,000. No, there's two different. It's about $10,000 worth of parcels.
I thought I was wrong. 8,000.
4,000. I didn't get my calculator.
It's about 8,000. Comes up to about 8,000.
4,900. We rounded up.
There's two.
Yeah, we have 4,386 and 4,536. So about 9. And so what would be, do you have any of the drawings or anything for the police car? Because the fire department is there already existing.
Yes. Yes.
Is this top secret, Chief?
Well, we don't want to advertise it, but
I mean, you asking for money and an approval.
we have schematics, we have site plans and all that. Yes.
Okay, what's your square footage approximately?
I'm not sure
Okay,
exactly.
and I'm looking at that old fire station. That was where Uncle Nicky was working out of. He served for his time. So are you attaching to it or is it detached? How is this complex going to be done, be created? Because you're creating a complex.
Yeah.
And so it's not, for those who don't, it is for fire and for safety, but the firehouse is the only thing that's there. So that, I don't know if you guys are splitting up, putting your admin part in that, how are you doing? Can you paint us a picture? Because this is like I'm pulling teeth with you.
The way I would describe it is that the firearms training facility will be adjacent to the existing fire department with a shared parking lot. And I can't get into what the fire department is doing, but they have different plans than us. Our plan is brick and mortar from the ground up, a firearms training facility with 10 bays, restroom, classroom, and a larger parking lot.
I know you and Chief Wiggins have had to talk about this.
Oh, yes.
Because you're sharing the same space, basically, the
Yes.
same area.
Yes.
And so you said you're gonna have 10 bays?
That's our goal, to have 10 shooting bays, yes.
Oh, okay. When will you have this ready to come to council to where we can see your vision on paper?
Well, this is just the first phase of getting the property, the surrounding properties.
When is your estimated date to have, that you want to start, construction?
Well, we're ready to start. We just have to put the plans together and we present it to, exactly, that's the next step.
That's a big problem.
Well, I don't want to put the cart before the horse. The finance, the funding is the next step.
Okay, you know where this money coming from?
No, actually, I don't.
You don't? Are we doing philanthropic donors or? Okay, well.
I'm not sure.
Chief Green is good at keeping a secret, so.
No, it's not a secret. I just can't answer that question. I haven't dealt with the finance portion of it. But I can get you those answers.
Yeah, because that's really important, because you're spending, we look at cost overruns, we need to say for the food market, the cost overruns.
Yep.
And I know that we were talking about 300,000, but then Reverend Flint said he was coming to council in January, he did 1.5 million.
Yeah.
So when we talk about, overruns and cost of supplies, we do know that, there are overruns and it'll go up. So, is it a project, we approved it, would it ever come to fruition?
Oh, yes.
I mean, we know some things that don't come to fruition. I mean, we got one place down there on Saginaw Street, ain't nothing but tieback on it. It's, you know what I'm talking about. It has not been, built out. So, I mean, and I do support this, and I've talked with you about this over the past couple, over a year.
Yep.
And I support this project, and I support you getting more qualified police officers, and especially if we're having a training facility that they can use and utilize, get them in, get them out, and then stay sharp with their training, because that's important. And especially if their vehicle won't have to be out of service when they are here in the city of Flint. Their vehicle can be used in service while they're training, so we have more vehicles or cruisers on the street. If you could get those answers, because you've given us a hard sell, you with no answers. I mean,
I'm looking for those answers myself, so.
Okay.
I'll get it to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other people? Did you want, okay, back to this.
All right, thank you. So, just want to be clear on what we're doing and what this resolution is for. So this resolution is stating for the acceptance of the property purchased from the land bank. So it's not saying that they're asking for ARPA funds. This is just saying that they have solidified funding so they can purchase it, correct? All right, so let me call up, let's see, we have Mr. Taylor, please.
Mr. Taylor?
Mr. Ed Taylor. So through you, Madam Chair.
Taylor.
Mr. Mason.
Oh, yeah, I was on.
What's your point?
That was no big deal that I was on the phone, got to pick somebody up that's looking for us and their time of work change. I mean, if she want to know all of my specific phone calls, then I'm glad to tell her I have nothing to hide. She needs to quit that mess.
Request.
What's your request?
According to our council rules, we can't be on the phone while we're sitting up.
Point of order, Madam
What's your
Chair.
point?
A request for information is to the speaker. She's the speaker. She asking herself a question.
Mr. Mays? What's your point?
Where does it say
Point of order.
we can't talk on our phones?
It doesn't, it is not in the rules, but it is, I could hear them, I'm the one who brought it up because I could hear someone speaking on their phone in the far right.
But does it state in the council rules?
No, it does not say.
It does not state in the council rules.
What's your point?
My colleague in the first ward referred to me as ignorant.
Mr. Mays, please refrain from calling your fellow council people.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Councilperson in the first ward said he will not refrain from calling his colleagues ignorant.
Mr. Mays, I must rule on this point of order, and yes, you are correct, Dr. Lewis, because the council rules state that we are supposed to show respect to our fellow council members as well as to administration. Please refrain from calling people ignorant, stupid, or any other name that is derogatory. What is your point?
If the council rules say respect your colleagues, then my colleagues need to respect me when I'm taking care of my business. And I'm not referring to my colleagues as ignorant. I refer to her as ignorant. Yes. And you and nobody else is going to stop me from saying if I think somebody is
I could not even hear your last comment because of all the noise in the auditorium. I could not hear the last of your comments because of all the noise.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What is your point?
If she concentrate on the business and rather than on me and my personal calls with folks that I'm picking up from truck and bus who had a shift change from 3 o'clock to 11 that nobody knew about. She's so busy picking that at me, I think that is ignorant. So I'm not referring to my colleagues as ignorant. I'm referring to her picking at me as ignorant.
Although it is
and
not,
I stick with that.
Mr. Mays, although it is not against council rules to be on your phone during council meeting, it is appropriate. It is inappropriate to do so. Go ahead, Mr. Taylor.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Let me say this last point of order. Then my point of order, it would have been proper for you to check her and say she used the illegal point of order to try to make up a rule by us being on the phone. That would have been
Go ahead, Mr. Mays. Oh, excuse me, Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. So, this is getting to be too much. So I would like to put a motion on the floor to give Mr. Mays his first warning.
There's a motion on the floor to give Mr. Mays his first warning. Is there support?
You all can have a seat.
It's been moved and properly seconded to give Mr. Mays a first warning.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays, I'll call you in just a minute.
Beg your pardon.
Just give me a quick minute. Yes, what is your point?
That motion is not related to the main motion.
Take that.
That is correct.
According to council rules, we can bring audience members and council members to order.
Correct. That is
Thank
also
you.
correct. Thank you very much.
Bringing to order and doing a motion is two separate things.
And that is correct as well. So let's just move on. Dr. Lewis, please go ahead. It has been moved and properly seconded, but I'm going to call that an improper motion.
You'll call it an improper motion?
Yes, I am.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you. Go ahead, Dr. Lewis, you have on the floor.
That's fine. According to our council rules, it is the job of this body to be in order. And so when a colleague is not in order, it is our duty to call the colleagues to order. We start the meeting at 5:12. We should.
What's your point?
This is not germane to resolution 230459.
So what's on the floor? I mean, what's on the floor?
The resolution is 230459.
Okay, so you called my motion to bring Mr. Mays. I'll appeal the ruling of the chair. That's
There's a
ridiculous.
motion on the floor to appeal the ruling of the chair. Is there support? It's been moved and properly seconded that I said that I ruled that her motion was improper. Is there any discussion? Go ahead, Dr. Lewis, you first.
Thank you. Just as you stated, according to council rules, it is up to this body to make sure that this body is in order, to call us to order. We started this meeting at 5:12. 5:12, it's 9:04. And we're still going through these resolutions. We could have been done, but we got caught up in appeal and silly emotions that we did not have to be engaged in. And you refuse to give Mr. Mays a warning. You refuse to give everybody a warning. We need to have order. If someone is out of order, you call them to order. That's your job as chair. And when you do not do that, it is our job as a body to make sure that we have order here. This man just told you that he's going to continue to call me ignorant. And he does not care what you have to say, Madam Chair. This is what he told you as the person that's supposed to be over this meeting, making sure this meeting is flowing smoothly, making sure people are following these rules. That's your job. And when you don't do your job, we are forced to step up and put motions on the floor so we can have order. He's been out of order all night, using privileged motions. He's been saying point of order, request for information. He had over 20 of those combined, using them in an improper way. And the only thing you've been saying is, go ahead, Mr. Mays. So if you just want to let people go ahead, how about all of us get loose so we all can go ahead? That's not what we're here for. We all have something to say, but as grown professionals that are elected to these seats to have decorum and to be in order, it is our responsibility to follow these rules set by this body, whether you like it or not. And according to Mr. Mays, which he has said in previous meetings, you cannot attack, you cannot use personal attacks towards colleagues. He's calling someone ignorant. That's a personal attack. And you're not going to say anything about colleagues getting attacked. Definitely not fair. Not fair at all. We sat here, I sat here, but I will not continue to sit here and be demeaned. And then we had members in the audience yelling out, and no one saying anything. We need some order here, and if not, we can just call it an early Christmas and go home. If we're not going to do the right thing. This is embarrassing. Okay, are we, and you hear the audience, you not once calling the order. You hear them telling me to go home. Do you hear that? According to our rules, they are supposed to do that. So we can just do what we like. Let everybody just throw these rules out the window and have the laissez-faire.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair. Ms. Lewis, what you're saying and doing to me is a little ignorant. Let me explain. You done made up a rule that I can't take a phone call. And I know these rules, ain't nothing in there that say a council person can't take a phone call during a 3 to 4, 5 hour meeting. I can call the department head while I sit here if I want to. I mean, you've been trying all night. Madam Chair, can you remove him? You mad because she won't do what you asked her to do toward people. I would be embarrassed during the Christmas season, the season Jesus was born by Mary, to act like you toward people. This is the season to be jolly. But what you're doing is bringing the season to make us howdy. Because you got a nasty attitude toward us, me, the people. It's not that season, but you've been in that mode for months. For months. And it's getting to be a little much. You're making up rules. Now here you done lied and said I did 20 illegal points of order. That's a lie to me. I'm gonna might run back the tape and count them, JJ. I don't like people like you who do that. And you whining, so now you hoping that Miss Priestley vote no against her own ruling. But you talking about you've been here all night. This might turn out to be a waste of time that you wasted. I appeal. And who seconded? Eva?
Oh, yeah, that's the one.
That's who you rolling with? Now you mad because you can't win every single appeal. You might win. Because I believe you got a curse on some of these folks. Because I can read good, and the real rules you make up ain't there. Rule 27.8, you can't talk on the phone. Rule 29.3, I'm not ignorant and they can't refer to anything I do as ignorant. I'm purposely ignorant sometimes. You ain't Jesus walking on water, part of the Red Sea. Some of your stuff is purity. Mother them used to say purity foolishness. And you need to cut the crap.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
I'm going to defend you, and I'm going to tell you, because even though we may not always agree, you do not deserve to be scolded by Councilwoman Mills. There's a way, and I'm gonna step in and fill in the gap for you. It is unfair for her to say, I understand when you're cheering. You're trying to keep peace on both sides, because you didn't put anyone out for saying the Amen Choir, as the audience was referred to. You didn't put the colleague in the ninth were out for saying monkey. You know, you did not. So there is a fairness. Technically, Councilwoman Lewis was out of order. She made up a lie, rule, it didn't exist, that you could not be on your phone, and then she tried to highlight it with Councilman Mays. He tell you on purpose, he do things sometimes, but this time he was not out of order. She makes up lies. She lied. There is no rule that states that. She's out of order. I'm not going to sit here and let her scold you. I'm not going to let her admonish you. I'm not going to allow her to talk to you that way. You're not out of order. You're keeping peace, something she's not familiar with. If she was more familiar with it, she would understand what it feels like. She would understand that the audience was calm at the time when she has these dumpster fire meetings. But that's just wrong. She should have been called out of order. She wasn't germane. She's so worried about what this 65-year-old man is doing, who he talking to. That is none of her business. None of her business. She in this call when she should have had her head in this meeting. She's so trying to, tat-a-tat. I'm gonna tat-a-tat. Then have to make up a whole lie in the room, and then to sound convincing, like them crocodile tears. I'm so sick and tired. Judy, you are correct. Thank you for being fair. Thank you for making sure everyone stays in this meeting. It is not easy to do it when you are dealing with colleagues who are coming against you, who bully you. You don't have to be bullied to do your job at all. You have a right to be here. You were elected by the 4th Ward residents who put you in office, and you have a right to sit in your seat. And then when you can't stand up for yourself, I'm going to stand up for you. She's not going to bully you and make up lies. That's not going to happen here. And I'm tired of this. Coming up here like she running rogue over everybody. Worried about denied.
What's your request?
Did she stand up for you when she accused you of going home to get it done?
You know what? Let's talk. You know what? Tell over here. Warn her. Because that was a private conversation, and she took the floor. Now this is the president of the Flint City Council. You better get your stuff together. I start running down that list. We gonna be here till Christmas about your character, lack of integrity, and everything else you do.
Please state your name to the...
You better talk to her. You better talk to her, because I'm about that. You can believe that.
Please state your name to the...
This is ridiculous. Judy, don't be bullied. You have a right. Keeping your meeting, and keep it even when the 9th Ward person wasn't correct. You kept her in the meeting. Thank you for being fair.
And 9th Ward was her fault.
I was just were there first.
I motion to adjourn finance.
Support.
There's a motion on the floor to, and properly supported to adjourn finance. Is there's roll call vote, please. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
I was saying, just to put on the record, you know, kids do that. They take their marbles and run home when they finna lose something. I'm used to it. See you later, video.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no, 2 abstentions. The vote is 5 yes, 2 no, 2 abstentions. This meeting is adjourned.
Long discussion. We don't recall something. Did I make it make sense, JJ? You got the biggest $40 million all year on the table. They make a motion to adjourn finance. What that tell? What that tell? Not 10 million, not 20 million, but 40 million. You got foreclosures, 40 million on the table.
No, I know.
What type of foolishness is this? And briefly, what she didn't want to vote in her own favor against Liddell Lewis? Ooh. I'd rather adjourn 40 million than vote against Liddell Lewis. Ooh. Liddell might put that out for a moment. Ain't that crazy? Ain't that crazy? Rather than vote and stand up for yourself on the decision, you vote to adjourn finance with the biggest ticket item on the table, $40 million.
Can't have 3 people in a meeting up there, that's against the open meeting act.
They always violate the open meeting act. You know, Attorney Kim told them they can discuss business outside of a council meeting with 3 people. They so intent on trying to deal with me a certain way, they'll break every rule in the book. We got one that we might get one down. We get 2 or 3, we have what we need. You know what they say, payback is the money. The patience, be patient. All Flint got to do is be patient. We're not going off the whole dynamic thing. But now the question is, do we do them like they do us? We might have to. You might have to. You might have to.
Here we sit back and say, who won?
I just want to introduce myself in person. I'm Tyler. We spoke about text amendments. Yeah. Do you have any? I'm going to be leaving.
It's going to go through. We're going to have a special meeting.
Well, I can still approve them after the text amendments. It's just we use that text amendment.
We need to have it. It's got to be first thing.
It's the very last.
I'll just jump in and do it.
Because that's the only reason I can say it.
Yeah, because of the.
Yeah, but if we.
I printed it to my home print.
If it doesn't go through, then they will be taxed at about 50%. So that's.
Not only that, that's the major problem is that if it doesn't go through, they can't do business.
We can't really do this. I spend almost every day in commission meeting, zoning board workers meeting, explaining to people, this is why you can't open up your business on Door Highway because it's zoned green neighborhood. Green neighborhood. That's what they did. They chose. And since I'm concerned,
Because they and Bill didn't do their work.
they did. They just had a very bad idea of what it was. He's going to have to buy more land to be able to have a dealership. Because right now he doesn't have enough land. Because everything when it comes to zoning is determined by square feet and parking. So it doesn't have enough. So it doesn't have enough square footage for. I think his individual business are like 22 acres at least. I don't know how much you have to offer that, but right now it doesn't. Yeah, I'd have to look at assessments to see how big that property is, but he can buy all those properties, but they're still zoned. So all he can have there is a he would have to go through the zoning process. So he'd have to submit a site plan, work with the zoning team. They would have to. Zoning is incredibly difficult, very complex. Essentially, if you look at what zoning is, it's supposed to be the future land use. And so what Suzanne and Jim decided was about best they could do for mostly yeah, I work with Ashley very closely. Before that, I was I have a whole BIPOC developer program I'm trying to get through. I have a small business grant I'm trying to get through, but no. So, well, yeah, it's our recommendation that the funnel which is like a bank, they're CDFI, and they will manage the funds. Because right now, I'm the only person in economic development, and I can't manage $500,000. Just one person. Yeah, so we don't help I just hired a new zoning coordinator at St. Clair. This is his fourth.
It failed to get back. That should have been each
building inspectors, I forget what it was, but he definitely was doing something shady and wasn't right, because when the building inspector started asking him questions, then him and the cabinet showed up there to start talking, and it could have crawled underneath the table. Yeah, I can have some extra. Yeah, just shoot me an email. Yeah. Well, it doesn't really matter what I want to do with the North End. What matters is that the people who are living there want to do it. My job is to get them We're gonna, yeah, once it gets, if it gets put back to commercial, then, yeah, I'm focusing on, I mean, all over, but right now, the big corridors that you implement are your highway, Colorado Road, Saginaw Street, North and South, Clio Road, Pasadena, and okay. Oh, and Broadway. Broadway, Davidson Road, Lewis, that whole, like, area. That's going to be there. Okay. Yeah, they could be impacted by the new zoning. If the zoning doesn't change that many areas like that. Because I know they got money for their early child and everything, so if they want to do that expansion, it'd be hard. If it's a bond restriction, that would go through whoever issued the bond. So is it, oh, if it's a deed restriction, they have to hire it. Well, the zoning wouldn't,
No, it's not.
yeah, we wouldn't, I don't have any control of that. Yeah, if it's deed restricted, then that would be. Like I would tell them, is it a city-owned property? Well, if she's buying I don't know. I would have to. That's why. But if it's deed restricted, yeah, that's hard to do. I think a lot of our parks are deed restricted, so it's hard to do a lot. But all right. Thank you for your help. We appreciate it.
Yeah, he passed away. The rain is called. You know the rain is. Yeah. You know crazy the rain is. You're right out there. You leaving?
Yeah. See you later, Jim.
Yeah, be careful. You need something. You know I still got you.
Yeah. Y'all let
Get that on camera. Get that on camera. So I can use it against
That's
they told me he went down to the United States of the city address. So they need.
We're gonna blackmail you. We're gonna blackmail you. We got a picture of you on Judy blackmail. And what I'm gonna put on it is, we put it on camera tomorrow.
Oh, 100%.
That's right, you right there on it. We want to show the difference between a good fraud and a bad. Right. She has on the valley from J.C. Penney's.
I do my disclaimer.
Ain't nobody know that was me. And that man's telling not to snitch. We pull it down when we get up. They'll brought it up this way.
Everybody, this is something.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yeah.
Can you come over here, please?
Okay. All right.
I want you to stand right there in front of the camera for the third week in a row and tell everybody why they should watch 18 million.
I'm really 18, right? 18. Oh, 18. How you doing?
They're trying to convince Quincy to come back. Hey,
Good. I mean, Merry Christmas.
they're trying to convince.
Happy New Year. Anyway, if we never get here.
Oh, well.
If the snow ever comes too. And many you have many presents and all that stuff. You know, and the school teachers, let the students out so they can experience their first Christmas, whatever they are. Anyway, you see what's going on in here. They don't want to give us our money. Always breaking up the phone. Don't want to get to the point. Always, the school teacher always starting stuff. And the doctors always listen to the school teacher. Then she come out, get ready to trip over Mary Stanley's daughter's trip to you again and talk about what Miss Stanley at anyway. I mean, hey, can I come over now?
Over out. Thank you, Ariel. Thank you.
Hey, you know, school teacher, what's that attitude?
Welcome out.
One, two, three, four.
Right. Next week.
quorum? All right, so council will resume a meeting as soon as we establish a quorum.
You going to the month meeting, Thursday? We're gonna be over there in portion, and they gonna let you talk this time. Yeah, they gonna let you talk. Yeah. Yeah. You see my hat? Yeah. But they gonna let you talk, see what happens.
I won't be here today. I'll be here this week.
He coming. He coming. See, we gotta stand together in solidarity.
We have 5 people.
Bill. Don't run. Thanks. Me? Yeah. No, come here. Well, Adam's sent me a big long email. Resolution. Oh my gosh. Oh,
I know you wanna say something slick, I know you do, but just think, because I feel what you're thinking. You right now, so this shit's going.
Let's get this meeting on the road here. I'm ready to go. It's for waiting. I'm waiting on
I have a real job.
I've been waiting on it. We got 5 in our seats.
Just now.
Just now.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm 6.
6.
You're a school teacher?
He get real bottom with women. Yes, he does.
Well, you know what, you're absolutely right. You are number 6, if there were 5, Dennis, you are correct.
All right, the time is now.
Point of order. You're not the chair of the government office. So I'm asking what's going on.
We have to do government ops.
I'll you.
Legislator, then government ops.
Legislative first.
We don't have legislative. We don't have legislative. We have legislative.
Quincy's not here.
So we
Quincy
have.
left. Dennis, Quincy left.
There's nothing on legislative.
Oh, nothing. Call it in, call to order, call it out.
All right.
We're not calling legislative in adjournment.
Okay, so let's go ahead. The time is now 10:02, and the legislative committee is now being brought to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mays is not here. Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Mr. Murphy is not here. Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Shap?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Ms. Worthing?
Present.
We have 7 members present.
We have 7 members present. The chair will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Any support? All right, so been moved and properly supported. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on the motion to adjourn.
Mr. Mays is not here. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy is not here. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Shap?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. The legislative committee is now adjourned.
I'd like to call the governmental operations committee to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays is not here. Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Mr. Murphy is not here. Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Shap?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Ms. Worthing?
Present.
We have 7 members present.
I have a request for changes and or additions to the agenda. Hearing none.
Madam Chair.
Um,
I have 2 add-on resolutions that I would like for council to consider.
Is this appointment related?
I'm sorry?
Are they appointments?
No. One is a resolution to set a special election for the 7th Ward Council seat for May. And the other one is a resolution to set a public hearing for the Town Route Board.
Okay. I guess we will add those without objections. All right, now we're on to public speaking. Would any member like to address the council?
Yes, school teacher. I would like to address the council and address America. My name is R.L. Mitchell. Like I stated before, Flint, Michigan, like them paintings on the wall, that's the way it looked when I came up here when I was 3 years old. Trolley cars was riding in the streets on the Greyhound bus. My mama was called to help down in Georgia, working for the peoples like you, school teacher. Because with white people up there won't, like I say, she brought me up here, and I ended up on St. John Street, and the first time I seen about the...
One second. Audience members cannot yell out. So I'm going to ask the officers to remove anyone that they see speaking out of turn. Thank you. You can continue.
Oh, you the Madam Chair, to you, school teacher, like I say. It was a woman down south, just like you, my mom was working for, but now I figure why she come up here to the city of opportunity and landed over there on St. John Street, and the school was Fairview, and an epidemic broke out in Fairview called the tetanus, and the school teachers said, get the parents in here where we can get to the bottom of this, and they just, they called themselves making a special room, and then the next thing broke out was roaches and all that stuff. But you see what the point of order got? They turned my school Fairview into a dope addict, and then they turned the roller skating thing into a marijuana festival in this marijuana down there right now, right on St. John area, in the black people's neighborhood. In every elementary school I went to, it's still the same way. It's Clark School, Oak School, and the one out in Beecher, Massa. Because this epidemic, like you, and only people can stop it is you, because you call a point of order and close the $50 million what we supposed to distribute all over the Flint to the people with them bad roofs, and they're playing on your decision, the governor, because they call mama working like they can't get the tenants out of their own kids' head and all that junk and all that. They invented these roaches and pestilence in the city of America and all that stuff in St. John, and people's like dark waste, like she got to straighten it all out, Miss Burns, and you always don't, you make her get an attitude to deal with you, and you have to act like crying, and Dr. Lewis copying off of you, trying to cry tonight, but her time ran out. And feeling sorry for somebody like that, who in the way, that's why they call you pale face, and all, feeling Indians don't feel sorry for you, them niggas scalp you, and all. Okay, that's it. Take that.
Here we go. Good afternoon, good evening, members. So I represent Maddox Real Estate. They're the license to. Name's Saint Bopana. I represent Maddox Real Estate. They're on the agenda for the license for the marijuana retail. So they had, it's located in the South Point Plaza. They had applied for, it's not a variance, but they applied through the blight plan. And as of today, as tenants, the entity has taken the initiative to fix the parking lot. They've cleaned up the dumping that was occurring behind the store, and they fenced it off. The store itself has been beautified, and the landlord is actually, because of their occupancy, their beautification, has been in talks with opportunity for other restaurants to open. We've even considered grocery stores or a grocery store. The blight plan also specifies earmarking revenue to donate to the community to beautify the field. There's a field, I think they call it McKinley. I don't know if it's a high school or middle school. And then other areas in conjunction with neighborhood associations. So I put that out there. I understand that you guys might ask me questions later, so we'll be here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address this council?
I'm coming, Kawana Mac, once again. Like I said, I don't even see anything on here for the people with the roofs or anything. Finna give away the whole kitty, as they say. We want to get our roofs, house repaired. We had to do everything but give blood. You got to have everything in good standing. Go get this paperwork, go get that paperwork. I could just come up here like the rest of the folks. I need 50,000. I need asphalt laid down for the park. I need 50,000, and y'all allocating it all over the city. And before I forget, Miss Priestley, get a backbone. I thought Miss Liddell Lewis was gonna take her belt off and come whoop you. And then Miss Eva Worthy, that's not, I'm gonna say, Jermaine, want to call us the Amen Choir. What do you think you are? They can't use the phone, but you over there filming everybody. Quit throwing the rock and hiding your hand. Talking under your breath, I hear you, and I see you. But like I told y'all, y'all are one-hit wonder. Priestley, Liddell Lewis, Quincy, Eva Worthing, Mushat. You in my ward, Mushat. I'll be looking to vote. Now, like you say, no. Okay, have a good night.
Hi, my name is Maggie Lewis Potes. I'm here in regards to what is happening in Mott Park. The sewer main off University, it's being referred to as a volcano waiting to erupt, a volcano of sewage. The city is aware of the 100-year-old pipes that have been a life expectancy of 50 years. The raw sewage that is possibly going to be released is unimaginable, resulting in significant destruction to Mott Park and the surrounding area. And I want to know why the council is not addressing the $40 million ARPA funds or looking into the option of borrowing funds from the Clean Water State Revolving Fund at a 1% interest rate. Councilwoman Tanya Burns and I spoke briefly about this. She is saying it's a lack of leadership with the DPW, but the city has been aware of this. Their infrastructure needs to be replaced. This is, like I said, it's being referred to as an eruption of raw sewage. So why, I just wanted to ask, why is this not being taken serious before now? And then I've heard that there's a deadline by the 21st where it has to be voted on, the funding, or we lose it. Well, today's the 18th. So why is it, tonight that I'm just now asking? Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address this council? Seeing no one come forward.
James Moore, Second Ward. I'm going to try to say this and say and get it right in 2 minutes and 54 seconds. I play football here over at Central, and I'm going to use that for a metaphor tonight. We would play against the Vikings, we would play against the Colts, and we would play against the Wildcats here in the city. But there were always that nemesis up there in Midland called Midland Dial and Midland Chemicals, them lumberjacks, them oversized guys that we used to have to break down. We had to practice, we had to play hard because we knew what was coming up, and we know that they would come into Flint wanting to take back a win. It seems like more gets solved over there at Edwards Stadium than down here at City Hall. With this being the last meeting of the year, I wish the administration and the city council would work better to be able to serve the people of the city of Flint. We did it when we was in high school. We played against everybody, and at the end of the game and throughout the whole state, they had respect for us. You guys need to get your act together and stop going over all these here rules. For a whole year, that's all I've heard is rules, rules, rules. Y'all should have learned them rules by now and be able to get up there and get something done. The only rule that should matter going into next year is do something for the city of Flint so the whole state will be proud of you.
Good afternoon. My name's Lathan Jefferson. I didn't intend to speak. This money that's being held up for people to fix their roofs. One of the council members said that that is up to the homeowner to be able to spend the money to fix their own roof. But you see in the city, in some areas, people couldn't borrow money, not because they had bad credit. The banks redlined and would not allow them to have any money. That person that said that did not live in this city 8, 10, 15 years ago. Thank you. But I suggest you, because you got people there that they're moving buckets around in the house, and this doesn't make any sense. And they spend all this money in this place here. What the people need to do is come in here and tear this carpet up and put it on their roofs. Thank you.
My name is Beverly Big Stevie. I'm tired of coming up here to y'all because I'm sick of you. I can't wait till May 7th. You just irks me unterribly. But if you don't irk me enough to not to go get them signatures, that's the good thing. We got them, and we got enough till when May 7th comes, you're going to be history. I don't know what about forehead over there and that wig. You know, one day you Butch and the other day you Shaka Khan. No, this is my time, this is my time to speak. This is my time to speak.
It's not your time to insult
Is my,
council members.
did I assault
I'm
you?
going to ask you to leave if you cannot.
Did I exhort you?
Point of order.
No, she can't.
You're not, point of order, point of order.
What is your point of order?
You better watch your tongue.
Ms. Wendy Carter?
What is your point of order?
Well, what is it?
I'm getting ready to tell.
Well, please do.
You cannot talk to the
Yes, I
resident
can. I'm the
like
chair,
that.
and she's
Oh,
insulting
you
council members.
think you're exempt because you're the chair?
No, I think I'm doing my job.
No, you're not.
So what is your point of
She
order?
can say what she needs to say.
Is there an actual point of order?
Yes, it is. I just said.
Okay, denied. Ms. Beverly Diggs, please refrain from insulting council members. Say what you need to say.
I'm saying it.
Big girl words.
And big girl words. What are you, little girl? What are you, little girl?
Point of order. She think her back ain't big. Point of order. Her back big.
What is your point of order?
Whoa! Big back.
First of all, Madam Chair, you're not being respectful.
Neither am
I'm being very respectful to you. I called you Madam Chair. I do not have my voice raised, nor is it elevated. You are out of control. You cannot address
Okay,
members. I'm not.
Okay, your point is denied.
Excuse me, I'm not.
This
Point of order.
is denied.
Point of order.
It is denied.
Point of order. Point of order.
Please.
You can, excuse me, point of order. You have a responsibility to.
And my ruling is
You don't
that
even know
it's
what you know.
denied. Ms. Biggs, please
She's
continue.
out of control. Point of order.
That was your first warning.
I'm
For
not ruling out the chair.
purposes of,
You need to come on the chair. No. That's first. You are.
10:22. And the Flint City Council meeting is now being brought to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Well, this meeting is adjourned from that point.
This is the craziest council I've seen in years. You got crazy council. When I say C, you say crazy. C. When I say R, you say crazy. R. When I say A, you say crazy.
Mr. Mayor, that's out of order. That's out of order.
There's no need to be out of order. Ain't it embarrassing to be in the city of Flint on Sunday?
That's crazy. No one calls me
It's
embarrassing.
all right.
Just let's go. This makes no sense.
People that
Oh, it makes no sense.
little positions go to the heat. Everybody wanna be a chief.
Sure. You just make sure you get that 300,000, let everybody know, okay? Make sure you get back to this closing line. Oh, we know, Smith, you don't get your 50,000. We know you don't get it. We know you don't get your 50,000. Right.
There was no roll call, so now who doesn't want to be the president?
Let's let me know that, the devil was left the meeting.
The council vice president don't want to do the work of the city.
And the vice president. Look out and walk out.
Look at them walk out the door. Look at them try to, they're gonna call a special meeting. Watch.
And instead, they're gonna get their 300,000 and their 50,000. Yes. And then the thumbs up. Residents ain't got a roof, a furnace, a shingle, or nothing.
They left $40 million on the table.
But they broke form. Let the news report that.
They gonna say the calls. When I say read, they gonna say call.
Because she can chair. Since the president and the vice president left.
Why can't the senior council president? Man, look, if they can't have 5 votes, they don't want no meeting, and y'all figure it out. That's y'all figure it out, man. If they can't get 5 votes, the winner.
Got to stop doing things wrong.
They ain't gonna stick around.
She didn't do that, Rob. She didn't I'm so sick and tired of it.
Well, let's give it
You
5.
can't adjourn, you can't.
Let's give it 5 or 10 minutes and see if they show up. The clerk already done made a record. She said she couldn't call it to order without a quorum. So we waiting to see if a real council person show up.
Did they adjourn this meeting somehow?
It ain't been called off.
She what?
We're waiting to see if a real person gonna show up.
She called it to order when there wasn't a quorum, so she couldn't call it to order in the first place.
Right. Yeah, that's what I thought.
With no roll call.
Yeah, but she does things, she doesn't follow the rules.
Intention.
They didn't have Quincy, they needed.
By design.
She was that fifth person, and then the other lady left.
That's why if you get the right person in the Eva seat on this recall, and then Candace Michelle, we can get this city back right. And Attorney Tim, if you keep deliberating with them outside of the council, then your day is numbered. Your day is his day is numbered. His day is numbered. He's in the wrong legal right. You tell them they can deliberate outside of meetings. Me and Miss Taylor, about 4 of them come in here together in between the meetings. He was never him, Neely, Clyde Evans. They conspired. Illegal conspiracy. And enough is enough. I really like when y'all stood up as a group at that mic. Give yourself a hand. Non-violent peaceful protest. America was built for non-violent people.
Shout out to A10 News Media Group. Check us out on Facebook or YouTube tomorrow from 9 to 11, The Bump.
Did they get her to go?
No, she said, she left already, that's why they acted up, they couldn't have people. No, she's still here.
She got us stuck here.
Judy is still here. Oh, she in the building. Yeah, she's still here.
While we on that. The doors of the council was open. The doors of the council was open. Won't you come?
Mr. Mercedes.
Won't you come?
Help change this city. Mr.
Won't you come? Can we get one more council person to come? Will you come?
Paul Harvey, good day.
MED, trustees, police. You can come. The doors of the council is open. Won't you come? What they did, Judy's belongings. She don't want to come and say. She's scared police might stop. Man, look, we got police giving folks rides, police giving a council person people's purses. I'd like to acknowledge that the police is now using Judy Priest's purses and belongings. I don't know if she's coming into a hostile council environment. That means we will not have a council meeting. There will be no form, no, not from the looks of it. She had the officer gather her laptop and belongings. The doors of the council chambers will open. Won't you come? Will you come? Yo, like a tree that's planted by the water, I shall not be moved. I shall not be moved. We shall not be moved just like the trees that's planted by the water. We shall not be moved. Sir, I'm sorry about your license that was on the agenda. I'm sorry to the public as it relates to $40 million in ARPA funds. I'm sorry that the business of the city was somehow interrupted by the absence of Adele Lewis, Candace Mashat, Judy Priestley, and of course, the ever so absent Eva Worthy. I would hope that people pay attention, have a safe holiday. Everybody remember the reasons for the season. In my household, it was the day that the baby Jesus was born in a manger. Remember the reason for the season. And say a prayer that the city council do better in taking care of this business moving forward.